sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
Hello, what's up? Hello, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. How is everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. I am having a fantastic day. Today is a fantastic day. David, what's up? How are you
doing? What? Just jamming out, man. I'm in a musical mood.
So, have you heard of this Netanyahu guy?
Is that the guy that sent a free box of pagers to?
Allegedly, yeah.
Bala.
Allegedly. And have you heard of that Nasrallah guy? Hassan Nasrallah?
No. That dude inspired the pager beatbox. Beep, 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 boom, beep, 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 beep. There goes my nuts.
That was pretty good.
Classic.
Pretty good. So, yes, there are multiple news since the last time that we spoke. Israel really went hardcore. It's like they acted like for a whole year as they were getting fired at by Hezbollah forever with thousands of missiles. They were fending them off. They were fighting. They were evacuating their own population, shooting back, and so on. We're acting like they're not going to actually do a proper big response. And then once they responded, suddenly they started going hardcore on Hezbollah. They are pounding the hell out of them. And Hezbollah looks very, very pathetic right now. And of course, everyone started calling, ceasefire, please. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire. So this is the situation right now.
Yeah, AP. I need to correct you there. You said, oh, Hezbollah's been attacking Israel for 11 months. What you left out was all of the student protests at American and European universities against Hezbollah's attacks and all the rockets that Hezbollah was firing. All those student protests, students marching through the streets, blocking entrances of any Lebanese or Muslim students to protest against what Hezbollah was doing. So you can't just leave that stuff out, AP.
Yeah, they were engaged in invisible protests. They invented the form of invisible protesting, where they are all out protesting against all of the atrocities and the aggressions by Hamas and Hezbollah, but you can't see them. Most possibly because
they're John Cena.
Yeah, that's why. Or they're wearing Harry Potter invisibility cloaks. That might also be one of those reasons. Mr. Noyap, stop with these dirty references, man. I can't use words anymore here. What is this?
Pervert.
Anyway, so people are saying now, what?
Oh, I just wanted to point out that we've basically been building up Hezbollah for the past 11 months. I mean, as soon as Hezbollah started firing rockets, we were pointing out, hey, guys, just keep in mind, this is a far more advanced military than Hamas. So if these guys get involved, that's significantly more dangerous because they are a better trained, better equipped, better funded, better supplied military force. And so we've been saying that for 11 months. and then Israel's just slapping them around like a
It's
redheaded stepchild.
it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. It is kind of funny. We have been talking about Hezbollah and how they are a big problem, could be a big problem, and they have been like this guy, like they have been like these, you know, these guys who are like, I'm poking you, it hurts, right? It hurts. Yeah, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna kill you. How about this? How about that? How about this? And then eventually, the person that they're trying to bully, who is actually much stronger but just more patient, has had enough and starts punching this bully, and then they're like, please, no, please leave me alone, please, ceasefire now. That's basically what Islamists are.
Did you ever see that Russell Crowe movie? That
Yes.
Gladiator movie? Did you see Gladiator?
Yes.
There was that scene where Commodus, who was a real guy, but most of the story is fictional there. But Commodus was, what do I do about it? What do I do? What do I do? I don't know what to do. He's becoming a hero to people. And his advisor says, I've heard that there's a certain kind of sea snake that waits for its prey to think that it's weak, and something like that. And he says this thing, it will just sit there as things are nibbling on it. Anyway, that is a strategy. Just, okay, I'll just sit here. Oh, yeah. You take your shot. Yeah, not going to do anything. Take your shot. Yep, go ahead and take another shot. Go ahead, just sitting here, just minding my own business. Yeah, take your shots. Yeah. Oh, now you're convinced that I'm just going to sit here forever and take these shots and you could get away with it and there's no retaliation, right? Ha-ha! Surprise! And
that's exactly what happens.
Dial it up to 10, man. Then you dial it up to 10.
That's exactly what they do. Somebody said free Palestine. I'm not buying this scam. Get out of here, man. Nobody believes it anymore.
No, someone said it correctly. Someone said free PlayStation.
Free PlayStation. It's free PlayStation.
Oh, someone said no, it's not. Palestine's not free. It's $9.99.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Okay, well, all right. So the latest news are apparently since today, the last few days, Israel has been hitting Hezbollah very, very hard, and of course they're like, of course now people are like, well, why would they be doing this? They'll be dead.
Just want war.
Civilians will die and
They
stuff.
just want war. Everybody.
So for information, Hezbollah has been firing just within the current fighting, has been firing at Israel missiles, thousands of them, since October 8th. So on October 7th, Hamas and other terrorist organizations attacked Israel. Before Israel even did something, Hezbollah jumped in and started firing at Israel. So they basically joined in on the terrorism. And then later, they started acting as if they are just firing to make Israel stop, oppressing Gaza or fighting in Gaza, which is obviously not the case. They jumped in with Hamas directly. So they have been firing missiles at Israel since then. And Israel kept saying, stop, 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 or you will face the consequences. 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 And Hezbollah kept saying, no, we will punish you. We will only stop if you leave Gaza alone. We will punish you. We will destroy you. And eventually Israel said, okay, we don't have any other choice anymore. These rats keep firing at our civilians.
Mm-hmm.
So how about
them rats?
How about time to put an end to this? So they started bombing the heck out of southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah is located, parts of eastern Lebanon, where Hezbollah is located, and parts of Beirut, where Hezbollah and the Shia population is generally located. You didn't leave them any other choice. Those people around the world who were cheering for Hezbollah here are now complaining. They should maybe, I don't know, go back in time and stop cheering, and then maybe they can solve this issue.
It is amazing over and over again because it's been like this a really long time, but you have Muslim groups, and they'll say, hey, let me go screw with those guys over there. And those guys over there will try everything in their power to avoid a bloodbath. And so They'll try to ignore it or try to target specific individuals or let it slide, whatever they're doing. And the jihadis will just keep coming and coming and going 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 until finally someone responds. And then the jihadis, oh my goodness, look what they're doing to us, over and over and over again. Every single situation. There's only in the jihad car, there are only two speeds. It's destroy your enemies or claim to be victims. One or the other. If you're not destroying your enemies, then you're claiming to be victims.
And claiming to be a victim is always the fun thing to do. But some people, like this genius here, like to be part of the conversation when they have no idea what's going on. Oh, by the way, thanks to Eli Shamoon, who said love you both, and made another super chat of $200. Always very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Always happy to have you here, and thank you for your support.
What's up, Eli?
Sup, Eli? Hope to meet you in person one day. Here,
I have met him in person many times, and I've known Eli much longer than I've known you. So in your face.
I don't believe you. So here's one of these geniuses, Mohammed Hijab, who has no idea what's going on in the world, and who then comes in and says, "What has Beirut got to do with October 7th?" He doesn't follow the issue at all. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what Hezbollah and Beirut is. Their headquarters are located in Hezbollah has their headquarters in Beirut, and they participated in October 7th practically with Hamas. So that is what Beirut has to do with October 7th. But he also said Beirut and instead of Beirut. So it's actually spelled like this, Beirut. So lots of people started making fun of this. Beirut, why are you stuttering? Said Egyptian atheist.
What have two matches got to do with a big flame?
And the funny thing is, I thought, okay, well, maybe he was just typing with his thick fingers and misspelled it. Maybe that's all just what happened. But then
jumbo sausage fingers.
But then I went on his profile, and then he says this here. Where is the Christian outrage on the bombing of Beirut? 30% of the city is Christian.
Wait, Beirut is being bombed? Where is that? I want to know about this Christian city, Beirut, where 30% of the city is Christian. Anyone know where Beirut is?
By the way, the Christian population is very much unharmed and far from where the operation, the precision strike against Hezbollah took place. But what I found specifically interesting about this, aside from the whole from the repeated misspelling of Beirut, was the response from this Lebanese Maronite Christian account.
Maronite Lebanon.
So
that is, by the way, that is interesting. That's an important difference between Lebanon and Gaza. There's a far greater percentage of the population in Gaza actually supports the terrorists, various terrorist organizations, whereas in Lebanon you have a bunch of people you have a higher proportion of the population that would not want a war right now and who don't want Hezbollah firing at Israel.
Yeah, that's true. So the Christian population in Lebanon is very much anti-war. They don't want war. They have never wanted the war. They are all against the war. The Christian leadership, the Maronite Christian leadership, explicitly says that they don't want to be part of any war. The head of the Maronite Church came out and called Hezbollah a death cult, and said that that Christians will not be sacrificial in this Hezbollah death cult, and so on.
Which is what Hezbollah wants, right? They want to pull a Hamas. Hey, let's keep firing at Israel until Israel's response kills a bunch of people, and we rally more people against Israel for their response.
Yeah,
so the Christian community is looking at that going, we know exactly what you're doing. You're going to fire a bunch of stuff until they fire a bunch of stuff back and get a bunch of us killed when we don't want anything to do with what you're doing. So they're actually calling them out. So that's good.
Yeah, the thing is, the Christian community in Lebanon is not necessarily pro-Israel. You know, they have it is a neighboring country that has had a long conflict together because of the other Arab countries with Israel. In the war of 1948, they participated reluctantly with a tiny army of a few thousand men when they were pushed by the other Arab states to also participate. At that point, they were Christian. And later on, Israel and Lebanon came into conflict when Israel expelled Palestinian terrorists, who then went to Lebanon and there started building up the terrorist Islamist community, where they would operate and attack Israel. And there is a whole complicated dynamic going on. But the Christians in Lebanon don't want the war, and they have been very, very outspoken about this. So it's just this whole the Islamists wherever they go, they cause problems, and that's what happens.
And by the way, I mean, doesn't it suck? Like when Gaza has Hamas cross over a border, start a war, every sane person on the planet knows what's about to happen. We all know that. We all know there's no hope of them winning that confrontation. We all know that a bunch of Gaza is about to be bombed down to rubble when all those terrorists go and hide under those buildings and so on. So we all know that's going to happen, and they'll do it anyway. They'll do it anyway because they think, oh, you know, maybe years down the road, this will add up. This will eventually lead to a victory. But I mean, they keep getting into these fights that they can't possibly win, and the retaliation to the fights of the terrorists just destroys everything. I'm not just talking about Hamas. I'm talking about with all these groups like ISIS and Al-Shabaab in Somalia and so on. They just keep doing this. They're just, hey, let's start all these fights, either a civil war, we're fighting against other groups, or we're picking fights with people we can't possibly win against. And if we can't win, let's just make sure let's just make sure our entire country gets bombed down to rubble. That's what we want.
Rubble.
And it's just like, what kind of mental disease is this?
It's sick. It's a sickness.
Sick.
It's a sickness.
You're
We
sick.
love death. We love death.
So
Hey, this ain't the cool dude who drank out of his pitcher, is it?
I don't know.
I've been hearing some guy at the UN drank out of his pitcher. So they give you a couple glasses there and a pitcher of water, and he just grabbed the pitcher. He grabbed the pitcher like he's at Oktoberfest in Germany. He's got this big mug of water, and he tries to sip it, and it spills all over the place or something.
Yeah.
Pretty
So
cool.
the current news is actually
Based.
about Nasrallah. It's my third attempt to say this without getting derailed and going into the history of Hezbollah. Not sure why I did that, but the current news is that Nasrallah was apparently targeted and bombed in the earlier airstrike today on Beirut. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, it was this little fatty guy who sits there and yells into the camera, "We will destroy you."
Hey, is that super gay dude? Is that super gay dude I've been hearing about?
Yeah, it's that one, and there are reports that he has been harmed and has been killed, but we don't have any confirmation yet. The IDF itself did not make an official statement on whether he is dead or not. Apparently, there is a report that his daughter died in the strike, but whether he is alive or not is yet unknown.
No.
They said that he survived. Then they changed those reports. Right now, there is no statement at all about what happened to him. People think he's dead, but I don't want to say that he's dead. I don't want to celebrate. I don't want to say that he's dead before I have clear confirmation that he's dead.
I have to refute everything you just said. We don't know this. We don't know that. We have it from the greatest, most reliable source of information on the planet, Jackson Hinkle, who says, breaking, the safety of Hezbollah's Nasrallah has been confirmed. Israel's assassination attempt failed. And he put failed in all caps. So you've got the most reliable guy on the planet saying something in all caps. So I don't know how you can pretend, oh, we just don't know.
Huh. Well, I've been debunked. I've been debunked.
Humiliated.
What kind of
debunked
news
by
source are you?
Jackson Hinkle.
What kind of news source are you?
What kind of Muslim are you?
Yeah. So, but anyway, let's focus on one thing at a time and talk about Netanyahu's speech. Have you seen anything of the speech, David?
I haven't seen 1 second of it. I just seen like some stills of like people walking out. There are a bunch of people walked out or something.
Yeah.
I think a bunch of people walked out of his speech to protest.
Yeah.
People love protesting against Israel and Jews and Netanyahu.
The Muslim peeps were like, I'm going to walk out of here. I can't take this. So Ligamathigayon said, I'm drinking champagne, cooking Shabbat dinner, and mockingly listening to Shiite funerary Nohe and Nasheed while disrespectfully shouting Ya Hussein, Ya Zahra, and Labbaik Ya Nasrallah while I tune in to you. I'm Israel. Hi, it is a good day. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope the celebrations are worth it, and I hope he's dead.
Hey, you know to be funny? You know to be funny? If people start walking out of Netanyahu and he's like, I'm sad to see you're all leaving, but be sure to grab one of our commemorative UN pagers as you're leaving, and keep that very close to you in your pocket as a souvenir.
Hey, our good friend Michael Rappaport earlier made a tweet that I found very, very funny. So I retweeted it. I don't know if you saw it.
I think it's actually funny.
He said, Bibi got on the stage at the UN, did his thing, went to Barney Greengrass, ate an everything toasted bagel with lox and cream cheese, and blasted the out of Hezbollah while enjoying a black and white cookie. Gotta respect his gangster.
There was that clip after the beeper attack when he posted it. He's just looking at the camera going, beep, beep. And then he cracks up laughing. And then that was pretty funny, man.
Man. He's still using this profile picture, which he, as he explained, some people who were attacking him took a photo of those Jews crawling out of a tunnel and then put his face on it, and he found it hilarious. So he decided to turn it into his profile picture. Oh man, the guy is actually fun. All right, so this is Netanyahu's speech that he gave today at the United Nations.
That's not Netanyahu, dude.
It's Netanyahu's brother. This is Netanyahu's speech that he gave at the United Nations. It is a very I saw bits and pieces of it. It was pretty harsh. I think for the first time I listened to certain parts and I was like, finally, man, finally he's saying it.
Really?
And he wasn't nice. He was not nice at all.
Nice is not our criterion. Based is our criterion. Was it based?
I'm going to tell you.
It is totally based.
Yeah.
Well,
you see.
I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
He said, Your Excellency? That's good. Good, he's respectful.
Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order.
Oh, I was like, wow, so many people cheering for Netanyahu. Well, some of them are, and others are cheering for people.
Order, please.
It looks like the people cheering are cheering for Netanyahu. They're standing up and cheering, and other people are walking out.
These little babies are walking out. I'm like,
I'm not going to do this. I'm walking out of here.
This isn't how things are supposed to go. He's supposed to be hiding behind a tree right now, and the tree is supposed to be telling us to come kill him. This isn't the way things are supposed to go, so we're walking out until the world goes the way we want it.
Which countries walked out? I'm really curious now.
Bunch of losers.
Netanyahu, let's see if I can find info on which countries walked out. Maybe somebody made a list of it. Which delegates, which groups? UN members walk out en masse in protest against the Netanyahu address. Netanyahu, the guy who founded Yahoo.
And came up with the drink Yoo-hoo, according to Kanye.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. In case you didn't know, this is why Netanyahu is relevant. He is the one who created the platform Yahoo.
And the drink Yoo-hoo, which is
Yeah.
pretty much the greatest drink in the world.
Yeah, I'm not sure which countries walked out, but lots of them walked out because they're like,
Well, I don't want this. I'm not doing it. I'm working out of here. I'm working out of here. I don't like talking.
so that's what happened.
Order, please.
Which part of order didn't you understand? Come on, say it. Say, now that the cowards have left.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't intend to come here this year. My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight.
And give you pagers, 3 pagers. It is interesting that people.
I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth.
I find it so funny. Those that walked out just did him a huge favor here.
Yeah, because now it sounds like everyone is cheering for him. They could have stayed and booed, and then things would have been a mixture of cheers and boos. Instead, all the booers left, and now it's all just cheers for everything he says.
Yeah. Hey, I have a great. Maybe there was somebody.
Man, the UN really loves Netanyahu, man. Listen
Yeah.
to these clips. They love him. The entire UN loves this guy.
Maybe there was somebody behind this, some pro-Israeli, instigator behind this who thought, "Hey, how about let's all walk out when Netanyahu
Yeah,
comes
that would
in?
be funny, right?
All those who hate him, let's all walk out together."
It was a Mossad guy. The Mossad guy snuck in there and he's like, "Hey everyone, let's all protest him by everyone who hates him walking out. Does that work? Is that you want to do that?" And they're all like, "Yeah, what a great plan. All right, let's all leave." And then what's left? Woohoo! BB, 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 BB.
You see, the Jews, they planned this again. They're behind everything.
And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Yet we face savage enemies who seek our annihilation, and we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror.
No, say it right. Say it correctly. They seek to return us to 7th century Arabia. It's the dream and fantasy of every one of these groups. We have to go back to 7th century Arabia. There's no moving forward. Everything has to be heading backwards.
That is true. This is a very important point that he's making here. And then there are lots of people out there who say, "Oh, I don't agree with everything that Israel is doing, so I can't defend them or I can't support them, and I think they're also guilty in this and all that." It's not just about Israel. It's not just about Israel. It's not just about them. If you don't care about Israel, if you don't care about Jews, if you don't care about any of that, but if you still are against Islamic terrorism, if you still are against going back far into the past and reversing all kinds of progress that humanity has made, if you're against peace, if you're against, if you're for peace, if you are against the destruction of human rights and so on, you should be on the side of Israel in what is happening right now, because the enemy that Israel is facing, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the others, they are not just organizations that think, "Oh, our only problem Our only problem is just Israel. It's just this land here. All we care about is this land. We just want Palestine to be free. We just want free Palestine. And once we have that, it's okay. Everything's over. We're good. We're good. No, this is not what these organizations are about. These organizations are about subjugating the non-Muslim, disbelieving people, foremost the Jews, but not only the Jews. It starts with the Jews, but it doesn't end with the Jews. It starts with Israel, it doesn't end with Israel. Before 1948, the Arabs living in the land also had the right to declare their own state. They also had the right to self-determination, but they rejected it because they didn't want Jews to have such a right. They thought, we are supposed to have such a right. Jews are not supposed to have such a right. They are supposed to be our subjects. That's the only way they can exist. And the organizations today that are fighting Israel, especially Hamas, are organizations that not only want to destroy Israel and kill the Jews and create their own land, these are also organizations that have global ambitions that, once they are done with the Jews, would start suppressing, persecuting, subjugating the Christians, and
Saturday.
going further with their ambition of establishing their global caliphate and trying to restore Islamic dominance in the world. As David just said, it is first comes Saturday, then comes Sunday. This is a phrase in the Middle East. First the Saturday people, then the Sunday people. This means first the Jews, then the Christians. First they come for the Jews, then they come for the Christians. And the caliphate is an openly declared ambition, a goal of Hamas. When you ask the Shia side, Hezbollah and Iran, they also have ambitions of establishing something similar, just dominating the sphere and preparing it for the Mahdi to establish the Shia dominance over the region and build Islamic imperialism once again in today's time. This is not about Israel. It's not about land. It is about humanity.
And we've talked about this many times. People really need to understand this so they can communicate it effectively. After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, Muslims had no caliphate for the first time. So they were without a caliphate. And there were lots of people who started to doubt Islam because of it. Wait a minute, we're supposed to keep expanding, and now we just got crushed by a bunch of Western nations. What's going on here? What's going on? And then you had a bunch of Muslim nations trying to modernize and become more Western in the way they dressed and the way they, the education system and so on. Economics, they just tried to adapt to the West. Then you had the rise of these other groups. You had the Muslim Brotherhood and you had the Iranian Revolution and so on. And their response was, guys, the reason we're getting crushed is not because Islam's not true. It's because Allah's punishing us or testing us for not being devout enough. So what we need to do is we need to crack down, and then Allah will make us strong again. So hijab did the poll. The main reason Muslims doubt Islam is because of Muhammad's moral issues, moral problems with Muhammad. But another strong response, another heavy response was the weakness of the Ummah. The weakness of the Ummah is a constant source of doubts for Muslims. Wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be conquering the world right now? Why are we the weakest? Why do we have to go to Western nations and say, please, sir, may I have some more? Can we have some handouts? Why is everything like that? Why is everyone stronger than us and we walk around whining and throwing tantrums over everything? So that actually plays a role in their thinking and their doubts about Islam. Guess what? The Muslim organizations, they all know this. They know that as long as Israel is there, Israel will be a constant source of doubts among Muslims. Why can 2 billion people not deal with a few million? Why? Why are we this incredibly, insanely weak? but they know if they just stay the course and sacrifice their entire populations and so on, get their own places bombed down to rubble, get enough stupid student protesters around the world to all rally, and if eventually, certain number of years down the road, they somehow get victory over Israel, they know that is the rallying cry. You see, we're strong again, and now Allah is blessing us, so let's get back into action and subjugating the world. Terrorize everybody in every direction. We're going more offensive right now. You would instantly, if Israel collapsed, you would instantly, I'm guaranteeing you, see the revival of a new caliphate. You would have, you see, we're getting the new caliphate now. We're organized. We're going to terrorize you all. And they already have millions of people in Western nations to jump on board with the caliphate. It would be a global bloodbath. And that happens like falling dominoes if Israel falls first.
This is very, 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 very true. But about the doubts, I want to say.
What doubts, man?
Yeah. There is one. So here's something that I quickly want to address. Hattori Hanzo here from Kill Bill says you are just saying this to, by saying if we don't do this, they will come for so you use fear to influence Christian. Nope.
Stick to making swords there, sport.
And I'm not the one saying this, Mr. Sword Maker. It's not me saying this. It is Hezbollah saying. It's Hamas saying it. Here.
في هذا اليوم وفي هذه التجليات بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى لنتطلع إلى أمرين مهمين نحن قاب قوسين أو أدنى منهما. أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله، وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات أخواننا، 2022 بنكون خلصنا منهم. أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى. أنه لا يعني أننا سائرون في مسيرة العودة السلمية، أننا تخلينا عن المسيرة العسكرية الجهادية.
So, the whole topic of global ambition and not stopping after being done with the Jews and establishing a caliphate, a global, and going global is not something that I am just making up. It is something that Hamas is saying to their own people in Arabic in Gaza. Of course, they got the timeline a little bit wrong. He said we will have done this by 2022. They failed, of course, because COVID, came and slowed down the economy. So, like lots of other industries, Hamas also suffered. Islamic terrorism also suffered. But yeah, maybe I should have played this not from here. Now this video is messed up. Come on! It just told me that.
Wow.
Israel seeks peace against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. When I spoke here last year, I said we face the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago. As we were about to enter the promised land, Moses...
Why is Jew talking about Moses? Moses was Muslim.
Said that right here in the Quran.
Look at this. Jews are trying to take everything. They're stealing everything from others. They even stole Moses. Look at this. Talking about Moses.
You know, it's funny. Every time he's saying something, and these are savages and stuff, and I'm thinking, it would be funny if we were allowed to edit the script a little bit. Like, these are savages. What do you expect from people who follow a pedophile? Just drop that stuff in everywhere. But like he's citing sources and stuff like this.
Yeah,
as it says in Sahih Bukhari. That'd be awesome. Hey, BB, let us write a script for you one day.
It'll be funny. It'll be an interesting movie plot where we take control of the writing and sneak such things into it. And he stands there and reads it and is like, excuse me. I didn't
Moreover-
mean to say that.
Moreover, what kind of man takes the wife of his own adopted son? Huh? Can anyone want to explain that?
Hey, there are these people are making good use of AI voice stuff, which I haven't experimented with yet. You could totally turn this Netanyahu speech into a speech about Muhammad, the child molester, and all that. So,
Dude, yeah, do it. Make it like a just a 2-minute little speech, and then you be shocked when you share it, and watch how many people.
Look at this. Look at this grumpy says,
Shut up and play the video, wankers.
Hey, just for that, we're not playing 1 second of this video anymore,
yeah.
Grumpy.
I'm
Go
done
be
with the
grumpy
video.
somewhere else.
I'm done with the video. How about
Yeah.
if you want to watch the video plain, simple, and completely without breaks, go watch the video. Don't watch this.
Yeah. Hey, let me click on this show where these guys discuss the clips, and then all I'm going to do is complain that they're discussing the clip instead of just playing it and watching it, which would be a copyright violation. Duh.
How about you just play the video, mate?
Jesus told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. And that is the choice we face today. The curse of Iran's unremitting aggression, or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew.
This guy's good.
In the days that followed that speech, the blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. A normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel seemed closer than ever.
Yes.
But then came the curse of October 7th.
Yes.
Thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists from Gaza burst into Israel in pickup trucks, on motorcycles, and they committed unimaginable atrocities. They savagely murdered 1,200 people. They raped and mutilated women. They beheaded men. They burned babies alive. They burnt entire families alive. Babies, children, parents, grandparents, in scenes reminiscent of the Nazi Holocaust. Hamas kidnapped 251 people from dozens of different countries, dragging them into the dungeons of Gaza. Israel has brought home 154 of these hostages, including 117 who returned alive.
Heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. The one thing he just pointed out, so the curse and the blessing. Isn't it interesting that before October 7th, Israel was continuing diligently on the path of making peace, reaching out and making peace with all the Arab nations, right? It was the revolutionary news came of Israel making a deal with Saudi Arabia. When I first heard of it, other countries normalizing relations with Israel is impressive, but then the news of Saudi Arabia normalizing relations with Israel sounded insane to me, because when I was a Muslim, I couldn't have ever imagined such a thing. And shout out to my homie Donald Trump. Shout out to my boy Donald Trump for making this possible, for making the Abraham Accords possible. But yeah, Israel was doing that. Israel was pursuing regional peace with the Arab nations. They were on this path. They clearly were not on a path of trying to, make war with everyone and expand. They were putting their best efforts into peace. And then October 7th happened, and everything stopped, and fighting and violence started once again. And now people are acting like it is Israel that is just a troublemaker. That's what they do. That is
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yeah.
I'll just say it one more time. Can you imagine any other place on the planet, the United States, anyone who just has to sit there and get bombed for almost a year straight and is never under any circumstances allowed to make people stop bombing them? Weird.
Why can't they just accept to be killed? Why do they have to fight back?
That's the idea.
This is unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
I want to assure you, we will not rest until the remaining hostages are brought home too. And some of their family members are here with us today. I ask you to stand up. With us is Eli Stevie, whose son Idan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime. A music festival. And these murderous monsters took him. Kobe Smirno, whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the dungeons, into the terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage. Salim Al-Atrash, whose brother Muhammad, a brave Arab Israeli soldier, was murdered. His body too was taken to Gaza. And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, whose brother Yossi was murdered and who prays.
You notice how these anti-Zionist people don't care at all about Israeli Arabs, right? They don't care at all.
Not a bit. Not a bit. I mean, think seriously. I mean, jihadis could cross over the border and slaughter every Muslim living in Israel. You wouldn't hear a peep out of these guys because it's you're on the same side as the Jews.
Yeah. Which is what happened on October 7th. The terrorists going into Israel killed many Arabs. They killed Arabs. They shot at Arabs. They kidnapped Arabs. They took Arab hostages. They took Israeli Arab hostages, including Muslims. They took them hostage, brought them to Gaza, kept them there for a long, long time. One recently, just very recently, was brought back by brought back by Israel, by the IDF, because Hamas doesn't care. To them, the Arabs inside Israel are traitors because they are living among and with the enemy and are compliant. This is why they also deserve to be killed. We have videos of Hamas going around and beating up an Israeli Arab guy who identifies himself as an Arab guy speaking Arabic, and they tie him up, put him on the ground, insult and humiliate him, call him a traitor who serves the filthy Jews, and so on. We have an instance of an Israeli Arab man driving with his wife who wore a hijab. She was shot at when a Hamas terrorist stopped in front of them. They shot into the car, including at her, despite clearly seeing that she is a hijab-wearing Muslim woman. These people don't care. They are savages. They are animals.
Important to keep in mind the reasoning. So lots of people are familiar with passages like "Do not take the Jews and the Christians as friends or allies. If you do, you're one of them. You're one of them." And so they would view it as, hey, if you're on the same side with Israel and you're not constantly waging war against them and trying to terrorize them from within, then yeah, you're a traitor. But there is this other thing which I brought up in the context of like Osama bin Laden's reasoning for the 9/11 attacks and so on. You always had people who say, but there are Muslims who are dying in the World Trade Center too. So how can Osama bin Laden be a true Muslim if he's killing? Well, so they view that as collateral. They can view that as collateral damage. In other words, if you're attacking the kuffar and there are some Muslims who get killed there, they were dealing with that a long time ago. Like, can we fire catapults at a city, knowing there are also Muslims in the city, and we might hit the Muslims? And yes, you get collateral damage is acceptable, but that's not even the main way lots of Muslims would look at this. They would look at it and say, okay, if we're sending planes flying into the World Trade Center, if you're a Muslim and you're in there, you're part of that system. You're part of that system. You're part of this. What are you doing if you're a Muslim working in the World Trade Center in the United States of America? You're working and you're paying taxes to the United States government, which is sending its military into Muslim nations, dropping bombs on Muslim nations. In other words, you are actually supporting the war on Muslims. And so you have Muslims who would look at other Muslims who live in Israel in that exact same way. If you're a Muslim, Arab Muslim living in Israel, and you're not just there to wage war against Israel, then you are what? You're working, you're paying taxes to the Israeli government, which pays for its military to oppress our people. Oh, you have to die. You have to die. That's the reasoning. So that's why they would gladly kill even Muslims if they cross over. If they bring some jihadis across a border and they encounter Muslims, they would view those guys as traitors working with the Jews and would not hesitate to kill them.
Yeah. Although there's nothing wrong with trading, so there's nothing wrong with traders. That's very, 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 very true. Somebody said, "What is Netanyahu's birth name?"
Bibi.
This is a funny thing because some people go around spreading this false theory that his name is not actually Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's Eli Copter. What?
And Jen Netanyahu said Benjamin Mileikowski, I heard. The fact is actually that so Benjamin Netanyahu's name is, his birth name is Benjamin Netanyahu. So it is totally accurate. That is his name. It's his real name, Benjamin Netanyahu. The thing is, his father's name, his father's last name, I think, was Mileikowski, which goes back to Jews adopting European last names, often by force, in order to be accepted, or in order to get certain rights. And when the family came to Israel, they decided, like many other families, to let go of that and to adopt a proper Hebrew name, a Jewish name. So that's what they did. That's what they do.
For his older brother Eli, who is still held hostage in Gaza. And with us too is Izhar Liftage from Kibbutz Nir Oz, a kibbutz that was wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his mother Yocheved, but his father Oded is still languishing in an underground terrorist hell of Hamas. I again promise you, we will return your loved ones home. We will not spare that effort until this holy mission is accomplished.
No one booing, ladies and
Ladies
gentlemen.
and gentlemen.
No one booing. The entire UN agrees.
You see, everyone loves it. Everyone loves
Everyone, the entire UN loves Netanyahu.
it. Alhamdulillah.
BB, 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 BB.
The United Nations approves of Netanyahu. You see here, the UN loves Bibi. Alhamdulillah. This is based. You see, where's all the hate? Where did all the hate go?
That's why they call him
totally
based BB.
Yeah.
The curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza. But it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, at our children. 2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched drones and missiles at Israel.
Houthis. The Houthis started firing. The Houthis. And interesting thing to point out, Yemen is by every standard one of the most miserable countries in the world right now. They have all of the problems that any country can have. But hey, they are concerned with, of course, fighting Israel. Because why would you want to fix your own place? The Houthis are not even in charge. They are a they are a separatist movement that is trying to overthrow the Yemeni government and trying to take over Yemen. But while doing that, while the majority of the Yemen population is starving and dying and living in dirt and filth, they have nothing better to worry about but to attack Israel. This is what Islamists do.
The first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday aimed at Tel Aviv. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. And last April, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory, firing 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at us.
And the funny thing is, they also that was supposed to be a huge attack, as Iran claimed, but
they really thought it was. They really thought, aha, now you're gonna taste the full power of Iran. Iran, now you're getting the Iran rockets, and you saw these Muslims cheering, yay, Iran, 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 and Israel went like this. Why you kiss us like that? Huh? Hey, I'm not a goat. Don't kiss us like that. That's what they did.
You know you know what happened on this is, people should use these things for historical purposes in the future. Always interesting. Google the 2024 Iranian drone attack on Israel. Look it up. Go on it. Go on the information that people have gathered in the fantastic encyclopedia of Wikipedia, and go on it. It's a huge missile strike, which Iran said, this is going to be the big punishment. Now you will feel the wrath of Iran on your own soil. You have asked for it. Ha, 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 ha. And the outcome is an airbase slightly damaged. Casualties, one Israeli Bedouin, Arab, civilian, critically injured by shrapnel.
31 others treated for minor injuries or stress.
Or post-traumatic stress. This was the great action, the great punishment, the great act, the great wrath unleashed by the great Islamic Republic of Iran, which left one Israeli Bedouin civilian critically wounded in the Negev desert.
7-year-old girl, says right there on the other side.
Yeah.
7-year-old Israeli Bedouin girl. That's the might of Iran. You see, we took out a 7-year-old Israeli Bedouin girl. You see the might of Iran.
Yes.
The Persian Empire has returned. You see.
You see. Man, these idiots.
Oh.
I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran.
Hey, where are you at, Iran?
Hey, Iran, what's up?
That's funny. That's funny they showed the Iran seats. They're invisible, you see. They're powerful.
This is the United Nations. Look at those crappy chairs, man.
Yeah, get some better chairs. No wonder I'd get up and leave too. Hey, look at that. That's hey, and it's funny, they give the Iranians the crappiest chairs. See how they're all like peeling and stuff like that?
I have to say, it's probably not them giving Iranians the crappiest chairs. It's the Iranian Islamist barbarians treating the chairs in the worst way and ripping them up.
Yes, look at this. We have no respect for this chair. This chair's not a Muslim.
Look at this. They have torn chairs in the United Nations, man. Like, if you have anything that at home or in your workplace or that looks a little bit messed up or messy, damaged, whatever it is, don't be ashamed anymore. The United Nations, the freaking United Nations, has torn chairs there. Like,
yeah, that's funny because I have a crap chair. I have a crap chair. It's all like squeaky and stuff like that. But I'm like, okay, to get a good one, those things are like hundreds of dollars now. But like my terrible garbage chair, which I got just because it was cheap, is better than the chairs at the UN.
That's good. That's good.
Wow.
Man.
If you strike us,
Oh,
and last April,
let's hear this
and
message.
ballistic missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran.
Here's the message.
If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place.
Say it. You can't hide.
There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach.
Oh.
Our Middle East.
Oh.
As
This is why.
As recent events have shown.
This is why. I heard this and I thought, finally. That's not what I said. I said it in a more explicit way to myself. But I said, finally. He said it. Finally. He's saying it. Go off. Just say it, man. Let's hear it. Let's get it. They will complain anyway, no matter what you do, no matter what you say. Show your power. Show your might. Let them taste it. Alhamdulillah.
We will strike you.
And you see these, look, you see the United Nations approves. The United Nations audience is cheering. They're cheering when he says,
the entire United Nations.
literally the entire United Nations, you hear it right there,
Entire world.
is cheering when he says we will strike you back to
Ballistic
Iran.
missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East.
That was
Let's get
that
it.
was straight Sean Connery in The Untouchables. Bibi was like listen, you pull out a knife, we pull out a gun. You send one of ours to the hospital, we send 10 of yours to the morgue. That's the Israeli way.
Man. This is good. This is good. He's just saying it. He's just saying it. There's no place in Iran where you can hide. There's no place in Iran which the long arm of Israel cannot reach.
And in fact, I'd like to pause my speech to play this song. Nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. It'd be awesome if you did that.
No, he was going to play Straight Outta Compton.
Yeah, hey, baby, you gotta just let us write one speech. It will be legendary. Legendary.
Beirut is on fire, said Pablo Ankara. Stop making fun of Mohammed Hijab, man. Stop making fun of Mohammed Hijab.
What's the problem?
Hu Jintao says AP so late. By the time he reaches the hospital for his kid's birth, kid would have grown up, burned his first Quran, and returned to same hospital with burn injury. This is a very, very good assessment, and it also sounds very realistic. Alhamdulillah. Psyche Hispanic AP brought a lot of value for money yesterday. What benefits does Turkish AP have to offer? Well, you were live with Hispanic AP yesterday.
Oh, Jorge. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was there with Jorge.
Interesting. Abraham Harp said, as a Leb who had lived in the region for years, it dumbfounds me the way the West views Israel. Get rid of Hezbollah, Hamas, Islam, and then we can rebuild. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, isn't it? I mean, when you hate someone so much, it's like it's the same dynamic. I've read like statistics on men and women who get divorced, and they've asked the question: if you could make sure your partner, your ex-partner, is unhappy, but it would require that you be unhappy too, would you do it? And it's like a disturbing number of people who, yes, even if it meant my life sucked for the rest of my life and I was completely miserable, as long as he's miserable too, it would be worth it. But it's that like, I would gladly be miserable and depressed and unhappy if he was miserable and depressed and unhappy too. And they actually ask, okay, what if you being happy also meant that your ex was going to be happy? Would you want your ex to be happy if it meant you were going to be happy too? No, they'd rather both be miserable than both be happy. And it's like that in the Middle East. They could just be building entire nations and getting along, but it's like, I hate Israel so much that if I can even just slightly annoy them, it's worth destroying my entire country and us never building a stable country at any point in the future. It's worth that. If we could just make them uncomfortable, it's worth destroying our own entire nations. And that is some serious next level hatred.
Beast.
Ooh. This just in from Syrian girl. Did Israel nuke Lebanon? Did they nuke? Was that a tactical nuclear bomb? She keeps saying that. Any big explosion she posts, was that a tactical nuclear bomb? And I'm sitting here thinking, like, is she seriously that stupid that she thinks that someone could just fire off a nuclear bomb? Or is she just like lying and so on? No, I think she is actually that stupid that she thinks big explosion means nuclear bomb.
I think it's two things. She's that stupid, and she's also that much given up because her favorite dictator, Bashar al-Assad, turned Syria into a hellhole, and there's no recovery. So she hopes just for a nuclear war. She would love it, absolutely love it. Here's the UN General Secretary Guterres saying, war in Lebanon could plunge the Middle East toward unimaginable consequences. This is a very, very cool story, dear Guterres. How about you convey that to Hezbollah and Hamas and do something to urge and to pressure the terrorists in de-escalating, surrendering, stopping the fighting, and so on, instead of being the useless garbage club that you are leading and pointing out the obvious every single time.
Hey, I don't know if Sister K is sending messages to you,
Mr.
but she's apparently watching. She's apparently watching, and because she's sending me song lyrics to Straight Outta Compton, because you mentioned Straight Outta Compton, but she's sending me lyrics, and so the lyrics go, straight out of Israel, crazy Jew named BB. Muslim get scared when the phones go beep, beep.
That's good. Man.
Lambs led to the slaughter. Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning.
Winning. Why? Because we have dragon blood coursing through our veins.
Winning.
Hashtag winning. You need to clip that. We are winning.
I need to clip that. Let's see.
Outside this hall. We are winning.
Just go back and forth between him saying winning and Charlie Sheen.
There are some people who are not clapping. Find them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear. This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea.
You see, this is what Israel is aiming for. They want to connect the world. Connect the world. Just for those who don't understand it, here it is once again illustrated. They want to make peace with these countries.
We are trying to build bridges from Asia to Europe.
Not interested said the real Israel map. Yeah, it's funny. Some people probably say, "Well, this is actually he's sending a message. This is
Why is
plan
Israel
for
on the
greater
map?
Israel."
Why is Israel on the map? And why do they control all the green territory in his fantasies?
This is a secret message. He's saying, let's take over the whole world.
There is no
It's so
Israel on the
secret.
map. It's just Palestine. This is Palestine.
And this is the proof. It's such a
Palestine.
secret message that he puts it right in front of the UN.
Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map.
Wah, wah, wah. That ruined the entire speech, baby. Gotta organize your stuff ahead of time and practice with your visual aids.
Yeah, I was with you until this, but now that you presented it upside down, I don't know, man. I can't take you seriously anymore.
Yeah, now I'm thinking the beepers were mean. Or just mean.
Yeah.
Look at the second, 2 billion people. Now look at this second map.
Hey, he could have saved it by saying, yes, it's upside down because of their upside down worldview. And then
Look at the second map. It's a map of
hey, wait a minute. The curse. How's Israel still on the map? If you want to talk about their curse.
Well, he's just pointing out that these are currently the curse that are preventing the blessing. You see down there,
You see?
it's funny. You see down here is Yemen, but they didn't paint all of Yemen in black.
Unlike
They
Iran.
they only put a little section,
The
blank
Houthi
section
section.
for the Houthis. It's kind of funny.
curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery.
Will Turkey join? Said Paul Hill. Turkey doesn't join anything. All Turkey does is talk. Erdogan comes out every now and then and says, "Oh, we do not accept Israel. We condemn what Israel is doing, and we will stop Israel." And then they go back and just do their regular dumb stuff.
And kill a
And
bunch of
then
Armenians.
2 months later, they come back and they're like, "We say no to Israel." They don't do anything. Turkey is pathetic. That's how Turkey is. That's how they are.
And millions. On the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair.
Look at this crappy place, the United Nations, where they don't even have a screen to put this stuff on. And
Yeah, I can't even use PowerPoint here.
yeah, and
They don't even have PowerPoint.
they don't give him a pointer that he can point at the screen. They have no screen for a PowerPoint. He has to hold these things.
Crap
They
chairs.
literally
Chairs are
hold
falling
them,
apart.
forced them to hold this in their hands.
Yeah, you're wondering how long it's going to be before one of those chairs falls apart and someone gets impaled on it and stuff.
Yeah, and then they'll call it genocide.
And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again.
Quit being stupid. Quit being stupid. If you think that, you're stupid. Go back to kindergarten and learn to think, stupid.
A dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again.
It's so funny because he's it sounds like he's obviously telling you something much more offensive, but he's just saying you should think again. I mean, I want to say, and if you really think that, then you are stupid. You are absolutely stupid. You are an idiot. But he's just saying, think again. Or as Jordan Peterson would say, think again, sunshine.
Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles for nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran. It turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now.
What did he say? Appeasement?
Blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must.
He said appeasement.
Slurred it a little bit. Quit being too picky, man.
I can't take you
The
seriously.
dude has to focus on his visual aids because they won't let him use PowerPoint.
That's true.
end now.
Can't expect him to get every little syllable right. He's got a point, man. With Iran, it's like, okay, they're horribly oppressing their own people. They're starting wars with everyone on the entire freaking planet, and people just keep putting up with it forever.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who
Darn right.
want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel.
This is true.
Yeah.
And this has nothing to do with Israel. People should be supporting the change of Iran into a proper Iran once again. The population of Iran doesn't want the Islamist regime. Nobody should be supporting them.
Yeah, guys, it's a tiny fraction of Iran that is like controlling everyone else and so on. And you have the population that can't stand what the Iranian leaders are doing. And though people just don't want to jump into the mix, it would be interesting if Iran keeps messing around with Israel, and Israel like messes around and blows their leaders out of the water, and that actually allows the people to take their country back from the mullahs. That would be interesting. Then the people of Iran would be forever indebted to Israel.
Alhamdulillah.
They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program.
Israel's going to stop that. That is one thing Israel will stop. They're not going to allow these guys to get
In this
nuclear.
body in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our actions delayed this program by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've delayed it, but we haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize its nuclear program for the sake of the peace and security of all your countries.
This is true. This is true. It's funny because 20 years ago, the Iraq War started when it was American intelligence and Israeli intelligence pointing out that Iraq has been on a long path of pursuing weapons of mass destruction, and where the speculation was that Iraq most likely, almost definitely, is in possession of weapons of mass destruction. And they also used the Iraq's own words, Saddam's own bragging about pursuing weapons of mass destruction as evidence for that, and eventually ended up invading Iraq. And then it turned out that Iraq didn't actually have active weapons of mass destruction. They were working toward it, but they didn't really have anything active, although they did use them in the past. Now you have Iran. Iran has openly been bragging about how they can get it done. They have openly been bragging about and openly speaking about how they want to pursue it and how they will pursue it, how they will love to do it, and so on. And here we are again, but now, because of the whole Iraq thing, maybe that's why people don't take it seriously. I don't know. But Iran here in this case is openly saying again and again, and has openly said that they are pursuing the nuclear project and that they are totally in the right and capable of developing weapons of mass destruction. What shall be done? But then again, North Korea has nuclear bombs. The world is wild. Wait, who said what about what? Let's see. Who said what about weapons of mass destruction? This WMDBS was done in Iraq and it effed that nation. They never had any such thing. This is not actually entirely true. Iraq did use weapons of mass destruction in the past, which was also used as strong evidence for the idea that they probably still do have it. And the fact that Saddam himself and his government itself claim that they have the right to develop it and they have the goal to develop it and so on didn't help, of course. This is not just the US and Israel making baseless accusations and then going in based on that. This is based on lots of evidence, including Iraq's own claims. And Saddam did use weapons of mass destruction in the past. This is a fact. People act like, oh, we didn't find weapons of mass destruction when Iraq was invaded. It was all a lie. It wasn't all a lie. They did use them in the past. That includes using chemical weapons to mass kill entire populations, such as in Halabja, where Saddam Hussein used chemical weapons to kill thousands of Kurdish people. This actually happened. There are some people nowadays going around saying, "Oh, did you know that Iraq was a complete lie? They never had weapons of mass destruction." Weapons of mass destruction, it doesn't just mean nuclear weapons. It means weapons of mass destruction. That's what it means. And here is one instance. 1988, the Halabja massacre took place in Iraqi Kurdistan in the north. 3,200 to 5,000 people were killed in a chemical attack with mustard gas. Between 7,000 and 10,000 injured. Kurdish people know this and remember this, which is why Kurdish people generally will not buy your they had no weapons of mass destruction stuff, because their people experienced the use of weapons of mass destruction directly. Thousands of them died. We have images of them filling up rivers and mass graves when they were brutally murdered by Saddam's government. You don't want to wait until they actually develop it and do something with it.
For the sake of the peace and security of the entire world, we must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is simple. Which of these two maps that I showed you will shape our future? Will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our Arab partners, and the rest of the world? Or will it be the curse in which Iran and its proxies spread carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace.
Then why did you force Hamas to attack you on October 7th? And why did you force Hezbollah to fire thousands of missiles at you?
It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny. Like I mean, he's sitting there like with his little visual aids and maps and stuff like this. And which was like he's saying, how can I make this any simpler for you stupid people out there? Which one do you want? You want Iran controlling everything or everyone getting along? What? Take your pick. Take your pick. Making it as simple as possible for extremely dumb people. And the extremely dumb people are like, ooh, we like the Iran controlling everything. Yes, Iran should control the world. They're so based.
And the anti-Israel guys are sitting there and thinking, is he saying he wants to expand Israel and take over the whole Middle East? Is that what he's trying to do?
Yes, it's all in green. It's right there. He wants to take over the Middle East to build his bridge, and so he can put tolls on the bridge and charge everyone for using the bridge.
But the people are retarded. Yeah, that's what they do.
But the people are retarded.
For nearly a year, the brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, the day of that invasion into Israel, that terror army numbered nearly 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground. A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more than half of these terrorists, destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal, and eliminated the key segments of their terror tunnel network.
I just saw this and I don't know how accurate this is, but I found the reaction very funny, which says, so Hen Mazik said, breaking senior Israeli official report, PM Netanyahu's trip to the UN General Assembly was part of a diversion to lead Nasrallah into believing he was safe while the prime minister was in New York. And Congressman Brian Mast's response is, the United Nations is finally good for something.
That's pretty funny. Based.
That's pretty based.
Totally based.
So much based stuff going on.
There's a lot of baseness in that. Yeah. And who is this following me? I don't even follow him back.
Yeah, what a dirtbag.
Fine. Yeah. All right.
In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now, to complete our victory, we are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities.
That was a very nice wording there.
Now we have to clean up the mess. So we brought out the broom, brought out the dustpan, brought out the mop bucket.
Oh man.
Clean up on aisle 3 of Gaza.
Still no confirmation. Still no update on Hassan Nasrallah.
Are you deaf? I already gave you what Jackson Hinkle said.
You see?
How could the Zitzhinkler not know what he's talking about?
He should know, right?
Out senior terrorist commanders and destroying remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, and I'll say this one more time, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete.
We're like the Energizer Bunny.
Ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, the terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices. They feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices. And that's how they stay in power. Well, this too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end.
You know what's very interesting about this whole event here of Benjamin Netanyahu going to the United Nations and speaking? It shows to all of those useful idiots who are out there protesting against Israel, who are making online posts about how
Israel is bad. Israel doing bad stuff.
how useless they all are and how powerless they all are in the front of actual nations, of actual people that actually do good things. You have Israel that is pretty much the only contributor to the world in any way in that environment, sitting here and standing here and explaining their self-defense and their great victory, their great way of doing it, being supported and applauded by others that support the development and the strength. And then you have all of these weaklings, these underdeveloped nations, these weak countries that support terrorism, that never produce anything, that contribute nothing to the world at all, that are always begging and always complaining after killing each other and attacking others, walking out on Israel. And you have useful idiots protesting out there. None of those protesters, including the countries and the useful idiots, are doing anything at all. They think they are winning when they go on their campus protests because they hear each other cheer. They think,
Yeah, finally, everyone is waking up. Israel will be stopped now.
in the real world, nothing is changing in their favor. Because in the real world, those who build the world are under attack by terrorists, and those who build the world are the ones who know how to effectively fight back. And those who want to destroy the world will lose in the end. That's it. What?
That's funny.
Yes.
And the reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go.
It'd be funny if right now he said, hey, ho, ho. Terrorist Hamas has got to go. Hey,
Imagine.
ho, ho.
For those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be part of a post-war Gaza. Imagine in a post-war situation in World War II. Imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable. It's ridiculous. It didn't happen then. It's not going to happen now.
Boom. Ow. Didn't happen then. Not going to happen now.
This is it. The thing is, when he was speaking to Congress, when he came to the U.S. Months ago, he didn't sound like this. He still sounded more trying to appeal to people, being reserved, being a little bit more careful with his words and diplomatic and all of that. At this point, speaking to the United Nations, it looks like he doesn't care anymore. He just says it. He says what needs to be said. This is how Israel should be. This is how Israel should be. This is the Israel we need.
And you find people, lots of people around the world becoming more like this, in the sense that what used to work with, quieting people down and so on in the past isn't working anymore, because people are realizing, wait a minute, anything I say about Islam, they're going to call me racist anyway. If I'm not completely on board, they're just going to call me racist. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'll just say whatever I want, because they're going to call me names no matter what I do. I might as well just start blasting away at this stupid nonsense. And people aren't caring as much about the criticism anymore when you're going to accuse them of everything, no matter what, right?
Yes.
Like Israel, if Israel went after one Hamas terrorist, people would, that's genocide. It's genocide. Okay, well then I shouldn't listen to you guys anyway, because you're a bunch of freaking idiots. So
Yes. Exactly. And we've just seen, like, recently, with the recent operations, you had the pager operation, which was as discriminate and precise as an operation against a terrorist organization.
You're as
or a
precise as
militant
you can
organization
possibly
gets.
be.
It
You
was
can't
as
get more precise than
as it
targeting the
gets.
pagers in their pockets. The
Yes.
pockets of the. That's what you're targeting.
Picking out specifically and precisely Hezbollah ordered, Hezbollah used pagers and blowing them up in their pockets, blowing off their balls, or blowing them up in their faces was the most precise and discriminate thing done in this entire conflict by either side. And yet the reaction was, "Oh, why is Israel doing this? How dare you?
It's
This is
terrorism. They're
literally
terrorizing the
war
world. They're
crime. It's a
terrorizing
war
the entire
crime.
world. It's the end
Imagine
of
they
the
did this
world.
to
Oh my
you.
goodness.
Imagine this
They're
is to all of
basically
us."
Look at the Nazis blowing up the pagers. And you know what? The end result of that is, you know what? I'm not listening to you guys at all anymore.
Yeah. If that's what you keep doing, if that's what these anti-Israel guys keep doing, just crying and making the same accusations every single time, why would Israel still listen? I think Israel should have stopped listening long before 1948 to the world. Unfortunately, they listened for way too long, which is why we still have this problem. They should have taken care of this problem of the terrorist organizations long time ago.
This is why Israel will reject any rule for Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then,
I think it's not sufficient, to be honest. But I get it. This is what Israel has to do in this environment. I think this is not sufficient. I think the right move would be, this would be complicated and would take lots of resources. I think the solution would be to deport or strategically, peacefully relocate all of those who do not want to commit to permanent peace, all of those who believe in taking land, who believe in perpetual war. Strategically and peacefully relocating to other countries, to other places, all of those who refuse to make peace, and then work with the rest of them, and then slowly integrate them into society, and slowly give them citizenship, not directly, but slowly and carefully, very, 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 very carefully. You can't suddenly annex all of them and give all of them citizenships. No, you will peacefully relocate all of those who want a war, who support sentiments of war. Right? Get out. We've tried it. Get out of here. Go somewhere else. Go to Jordan. And with the rest, the land would be annexed, and then you would slowly integrate them and give them citizenship. You can't do it immediately because you would be giving them the right to vote, equal rights to vote. And you don't want to give a bunch of terrorist supporters the right to vote immediately. You would slowly integrate them and then give them citizenship. That's it. What are these people complaining about? Israel has tried forever to peacefully coexist. It obviously doesn't work. Too many of the other side obviously doesn't want to accept it. You can't expect Israel, the side that is the target of genocidal, barbaric, maniac Islamists, to have a restraint here and to be the reasonable guy at the table.
can we ensure
And yes, that should be done with the West Bank too, Judea and Samaria, not just with Gaza. The West Bank is a ticking time bomb.
that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting? We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for the Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go.
It'll
All
be better
of
for you.
those alive today must be returned alive, and the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today and others in Israel deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember them.
Yes.
This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down its arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it.
That's it. That's it. That's how simple it is. That's it. No compromise. This is the Israel that we need. No compromise. No more
Everyone actually needs to be exactly like that. We're not giving you a freaking inch. You stupid jihadis always whining and crying and demanding to get your way by throwing tantrums and blocking roads and everything else. We're not giving you a freaking inch. Surrender.
Yep.
Or we'll crush you. That's it. Those are your options. Be crushed or surrender.
Appeasement does not
work. Doesn't work at all.
It does not
period.
work with terrorists. It does not work with the Islamists. It does not work. They were the ones who insisted on perpetual war. Now, Israel has had enough and needs to finish them. This is how it needs to be done. No more compromise. No more listening to these suggestions and humanitarian solutions to the conflict. You wouldn't spend so much time advocating for a humanitarian solution to the conflict if your country and your safety was in question. Of course, when it's Israel, nobody cares. Hyperactive said Israelis will never accept one-state solution. I know, and that is because that would require integrating everyone and making everyone equal citizens, and that would be a disaster. It would be suicide for Israelis. However, this is why you should work on relocating people and integrating others. That's it.
But the people...
Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today. It has tentacles that span in all continents. It has murdered more Americans and more Frenchmen than any group except bin Laden. It's murdered the citizens of many countries represented in this room. And it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years. In the last year, completely unprovoked. A day after Hamas massacre, on October 7th, Hezbollah began attacks against Israel, which forced more than 60,000 Israelis on our northern border to leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that?
Wait, is he trying to say that there are terrorists in Mexico? Oh, no.
Netanyahu says all Mexicans are terrorists.
Hezbollah has in the past bombed, including carried out suicide bombings against U.S. troops, and is responsible for hundreds of dead Americans, hundreds of killed U.S. troops. You now have idiots out there, including this creature, Dan Bilzerian, recently tweeting how Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization. They're just defending their country and all that.
Wait, was Israel invading them or something?
Apparently, yeah. In his head,
Israel was invading them. That's why they started launching bombs or something.
yeah, in his head, Israel was invading them. However, in reality, And then there's these people like creatures like Dan Bilzerian claim to be also American patriots. Yeah, we're real Americans. We love America. You don't love America. You support and make excuses for terrorist organizations that love to kill Americans, that officially believe in the slogan "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and "Curse the Jews." This is what Hezbollah is. This is what Israel is fighting with. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization that killed Americans and people of many different nations. They need to go. They need to die.
A day, a week, a month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day. Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say, enough is enough. We won't rest until our citizens can return safely to their homes.
Think about this for a minute. There are lots of people out there complaining right now about civilians dying in Gaza and in southern Lebanon as civilian casualties because of war. They are not complaining about Israelis, many Israelis dying as a result of strikes. But why are Israelis not dying? Israelis did die on October 7, and many people who are right now complaining about Israel did feel sad on that day a little bit, or expressed some sadness or some condemnation on that day, but quickly turned around. Israelis are not dying in masses because Israel had to get used to being attacked every single day, all the time, and had to put massive funds into building a defense system which would intercept missiles as soon as they are detected. This is why Israelis are not dying. They had to build a massive system because they know, okay, we have terrorist organizations all around us. They're trying to fire at us all the time. We have to build an Iron Dome system which will intercept the missiles. We will have to build walls that keep out terrorism, that keep out gunfire, and so on. They put massive funds and effort into self-defense because they live with the reality of constantly being attacked. This is why they are not dying, and this is why people are not hearing of dead Israelis every day. If Israel didn't build those defense systems, Israelis would be dying every day because the Islamic terrorists, the Palestinian terrorists, the other terrorists, Hezbollah terrorists are firing at them every day. Israelis would be dying every day. Does it really have to be that simple? Do you really have to remove the defense system and think of all the Israelis dying in the streets and in their homes because of terrorist fire to then understand, wait a minute, it's not Israel that is the aggressor. It's not Israel that is attacking the other side constantly. Israel is the one that is constantly under attack. Do you really have to have people actually die in the streets and as a result of attacks to understand that Israel is not the bad guy here, that Israel is not the one that is all about war and death and destruction here? It is the other side that is all about death and destruction because they love death and destruction, while Israel loves life and builds things and contributes to the world. Nobody needs the other side. The world doesn't need them.
We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly refused to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our borders. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities and indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles.
Wait a minute, Ireland didn't walk out?
They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate.
That's interesting. Why Ireland not walk out?
That chick looks very Irish, and she even got a green. She even got the green thing around her neck.
Why these Irish people not walk out?
And she's even got a bottle that says Ireland on it.
That's interesting.
It's filled with frosted Lucky Charms.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm just kidding. It's whiskey.
Yeah. Not the island girl wearing a translator. Well, they speak Irish. They don't understand English.
Yeah.
And indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely.
To be accurate here, the Lebanese Shia population overwhelmingly supports Hezbollah. They are in bed with Hezbollah. They like Hezbollah. They like what Hezbollah is doing.
They like getting banged by Hezbollah.
They like Hezbollah.
So as far as that part of the population, so you have a bunch of different. Lebanon is very, very diverse religiously. You're pointing out that as far as the Shia population is concerned, they're more similar to like the population of Gaza supporting Hamas.
Pretty much.
Yeah, in that it wouldn't be you would have people who don't approve, but you got a ton of people who are on board.
Yeah, the Sunni population in Lebanon is divided on the whole Hezbollah issue. Although I would think that the majority of them support probably what Hezbollah is doing right now. But the Shia population is totally in support of Hezbollah. The Christian population rejects Hezbollah and wants nothing to do with any of this. Probably half the Sunni population also has a problem with what is going on. But you can't lump them all together in a positive way or in a negative way. A lot of the Shia population is pretty much the one that is enabling and supporting Hezbollah, including hiding Hezbollah in their homes, opening their buildings to missiles, to warheads, and so on. It's really messed up.
And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which it built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who not only shed Israeli blood, but American and French blood as well. And then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of a new Middle East, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving a historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
You see?
And having seen the blessings that we've already brought with the Abraham Accords, The millions of Israelis who've already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace. I say to you, what blessings such a peace with Saudi Arabia would bring. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our two countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our two countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. Such a peace, I'm sure, would be a true pivot of history. It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between...
What? David, what do you want to say about that?
Hey, that would be funny if he was like, we could have a peace between Islam and Judaism, and then we could unite against the Christians. That would be funny. That would be funny. Hey, since he's brought it back to Saudi Arabia, this is something we were talking about right after the October 7th attacks, as far as the motivation and the timing and so on. Israel and Saudi Arabia were getting along much better, and more alliances were being formed. And so if you one of two camps, but a group like a nation like Iran is in both camps. But if you are either in the Israel has to be destroyed at all costs camp, or the we don't want Saudi Arabia forming more alliances because we're Shias or something like that, and they would become too powerful. Either one of those, from either one of those perspectives, your goal was to set things off with Israel and Gaza to rally people around, to agitate everyone, to make it so Muslim nations at this point can't form alliances with Israel because there's too much anger and hostility towards Israel. So part of the reason Iran was kickstarting those attacks last year was, we have to do this now, or there are going to be too many alliances, and we're not going to be able to do it in the future. In other words, if we wait another 5 years, we may never be able to do it, because Israel might have alliances with all kinds of Arab nations who won't allow us, who would be united against us and so on, who would shut us down, and therefore we have to go in and do what we do best, cause as much chaos and destruction as possible, and hope that works out for the best. Whereas Netanyahu here, he says, it sounds like he's, hey, we're gonna clean up this mess in Gaza, and then we're gonna clean up this mess with Hezbollah, and then we'll get back to forming those alliances that you guys tried to derail.
We're gonna do it soon.
Be pretty based.
Gonna do it very soon. After we are done with Hamas, we're going to get back to those alliances.
Remember, after Friday comes another Friday the following week. You've been warned. You've been warned.
I was just looking for a data that I pulled up recently and also posted, which shows the following. This was done by the Washington Institute, a survey in different countries where they say, regardless of what's right, there is no military solution to the conflict with Israel, so there will have to be political negotiations for a Palestinian-Israeli agreement someday. And then they ask people of these different countries if they agree with this statement or not. Mm-hmm. So if they agree that there is no military solution, but that one day there has to be a political negotiation. And this was done in between November and December 2023. And you have the results here. You can see here, I'll get to the Lebanese in a second. Mm-hmm. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, Arab countries, mostly saying, yeah, there is no military solution to this. We need a political negotiation.
Yeah, and by far, because you're talking about both blues combined, the dark blue and the light blue combined. Those
strongly agree, and
those are people who strongly agree or somewhat agree that you're not going to beat Israel militarily, and therefore you need to have political negotiations and come to agreements in the future, but you're not going to crush them militarily. You have massive agreement on that. And Saudi Arabia and UAE and Bahrain and Kuwait and all the way, I'm looking down. So the most you have 33, 47, doing them. It's massive agreement all the way down the line, except for Lebanon.
Yeah. Then when you come to Lebanon, here we have a problem. Here you have the Lebanese Shia population mostly rejecting this statement. So 48% strongly disagrees.
No, we can defeat them
27%
militarily.
somewhat disagrees. Together, 75% of Shia Muslims disagree with negotiations and think that the only solution is a military solution with Israel. This is the Lebanese Shia population. And here is the funny thing. When it comes to Lebanon has a problematic relationship with Israel, as said. But even when you come to this Lebanese Sunni, you already have more than 50% agreeing that military won't solve it. We have to have negotiations.
Yeah, guys, understand when they're saying no military solution will not work, it means so over half of the Sunnis, not much more than half, but over half of the Sunnis in Lebanon are like, going to war with these guys is not going to change the situation. You're not going to help. You're going to lose that. You're going to lose that. So about half the Sunnis think you're fighting a losing battle right now.
Yep. The Shia is what is driving the conflict further. And then you have the Christians here, where 25% disagree together with the statement that there needs to be negotiations, the Lebanese Christians. 75% of them say that there needs to be a political solution to the conflict. And this is the situation. You have most people admitting and agreeing, you know what, the fighting will not solve things. We need negotiations at some point. But the Shia population here just doesn't want to have it. That's it. That's what they do. That's what they do. Anyway, let's watch Nasrallah crying.
He's pushing the tears down to his beard. That reminds me of Muhammad. There's a story about Muhammad when he cried so much that his tears soaked his beard.
You weakling, he's crying. See? He's crying. He's a weakling. You weakling.
I just found out my favorite goat died. She was the love of my life. I named her Dia.
I think this was after the one guy got killed. I keep forgetting his name every single time.
Well,
that one guy that America took out.
He has my full permission to cry me a river. Cry me a river.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Yeah.
Mecca and Jerusalem.
Wait, what?
It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between Mecca and Jerusalem. While Israel is committed to...
David, what do you think about the idea that there could be a peace between Islam and Judaism?
I think you can have a degree of peace between Muslims and Jews if Muslims recognize that you can't possibly win. You could have large territories and even nations of Muslims who are living in peace with Jews. You're always going to have a problem with Islam because it's hell-bent on destroying Jews. And so it's basically a situation where you can have Muslims who are thinking, okay, ultimately we want to destroy these guys, but we can't do it now. We're not even close. And therefore we just have to live in peace with them for now until, Allah sends someone to help us and so on. The point is, as far as a permanent lasting peace, pretty hard to see how that goes, given that what Islam teaches. You could have, if Muslims understood, we cannot even hope to win a military confrontation with these guys right now, then you can have Muslims who say, okay, we'll let future generations take care of this, and we'll just make peace now. So it could work temporarily. As far as what he's saying, we're going to have a reconciliation between Islam and Judaism. You'll always have that problem of Muhammad. Muhammad screws up everything, guys. He screws up everything.
Which Muhammad are you talking about?
The worst one.
That doesn't really narrow it down, man. It's like
I said the worst.
So here is a let's see. Alhamdulillah. There are some Arabic accounts from Lebanon sharing videos of people celebrating the death of Hassan Nasrallah in the streets, but I'm not sure how much they are confirmed. In the Arab world, in the Arabic-speaking world, information is always very, very, very hard to confirm, and fake news spreads like
it does instantly right now. You could take a clip from anything, right? You could take a clip from anyone celebrating in the Middle East right now, post it and say these people are celebrating the death of Nasrallah, so like that, and it would spread very rapidly.
Here's a Sunni account. I think there's a Sunni account saying that they're celebrating the death of Hassan Nasrallah, whom they call Hassan Zabale, which means garbage. Hassan garbage.
Good garbage.
But I'm not sure if it's but again, I'm not sure if it's actually accurate. It's hard to confirm anything in the Arabic speaking world.
Achieving such a peace, Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling it. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation for an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel, current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen.
I have been so conflicted since we went to Israel together on the whole relationship with Islam and the Muslim world, and Israel's attempt to somehow make peace with the Muslim world and with Islam. The thing is, it just seems very unrealistic to me, and it seems like a vain effort to me, because I grew up among Muslims. I know how Muslims are. I know how Muslims think. You can see it everywhere. It's the Jew is the worst thing, is the most evil thing out there. The ultimate goal, still, according to most Muslims, still believe in the hadith of eventually killing all the Jews and all that. So these things exist, and it's just hard to believe that you could actually permanently make peace with, between these two religions. It just does not seem possible. Israel doesn't have, Judaism doesn't have a goal of destroying Islam or killing all the Muslims. Israel doesn't have a goal of killing or destroying the Arab nations or Muslim nations. But Islam does have a stated goal of killing all the Jews in the end. It's a prophecy. And it has been there not since 1948. It has been there since the rise of Islam, since the early centuries of Islam. And when that is the case, how much possibility is there actually for peace to happen? It's very, very, very difficult, in my opinion. But then again, I don't know. Israel is working toward something, and they seemingly can make peace with certain nations. I don't know, man. It's very, very difficult. It is a difficult topic.
Yeah, the Islam, the reason that this could work even from an Islamic perspective, is you have built into Islam these 3 stages of jihad. Namely, when you can't hope to win a physical confrontation, don't fight. Right? That's what Muhammad did in Mecca. When Muhammad was completely outmatched, understood that he couldn't possibly win a physical confrontation with the people around him. It was, hey guys, let's all just get along. I'll criticize you, but let's not fight about this. God will judge in the end. Later on, when he's the most powerful force in Arabia, then it's everyone has to be subjugated. But that principle there, if you can't hope to win, then don't fight. You could have a point where Muslims understand that and say, okay, we're in a different world right now. We cannot win fighting against these guys, and therefore we won't fight. If we ever get to a point where we're the most powerful force in the world, yeah, we'll subjugate them. But until then we're just not going to fight these guys. And your goal as non-Muslims would be to keep them permanently in a state of recognizing that they're not in a time where they could hope to win a physical confrontation with the unbelievers. And again, it's not, you still would have people looking to the future of, hey, maybe we'll get to a point where we slaughter them in the future. But yeah, you could have significantly more peace than you have right now.
Yeah. Difficulty. Let's do a few super chats. From the liver to the knees, testicles will be free, said Sarah al-Jawhari. This is very, very, very offensive. Ayatollah Khamenei, who is totally the real Ayatollah Khamenei, said, lost another real soldier today. Rest in peace to Nasrallah. I will never forget my times with him. He was such a jolly soul and quite the appetite. Yeah. Sad. Very, very sad. Lars says Hezbollah got genital side. John the Presbyter said,
Presbyter.
Presbyter.
Jay and Sam offered 2 versus 2, Mojab and Jake, but Mojab turned it down. Oh yeah, you should see that. Did you see that? What Mohammed Hijab tweeted in response to Jay Dyer?
Yeah, basically he's not big enough or something like that. He's not popular enough, something like that.
He did the ultimate narcissist move. It's just so ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. Absolutely.
Which, think about this. I mean, haven't millions of people watched Jay and Sam's debate against who was it? Daniel
Significantly more people watched this debate than Mohammed Hijab's debate with William Lane Craig.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so what would a 2-on-2 on Fresh and Fit between Jay and Sam on one side and Hijab and Jake on the other? You're talking millions. So when you're saying, "Oh no," this wouldn't get a lot of views, that's a total lie. This would be a more popular debate than the other one. So it's smokescreen. He's pulling a Zakir Naik here, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't want to debate, so he says everyone's not big enough for him.
So, here's Jay Dyer saying, all the comments are roasting you. Fresh and Fit will host me and Sam versus you and Jake. There is no reason to say no. Unless... And then Mojab said, Mr. Dyer, as you can see from my Twitter timeline, at least 4 people have challenged me to a debate in the last week alone. Our team has reviewed your request and found that you simply do not generate the number or interest on social media. Your most viewed solo video in 18 years of YouTube has around 400,000 views. I am not closing the door on you, but you have to figure out a way of becoming more relevant and come back when you have done so. I wish you all the best. This is such a slimy, disgusting, ridiculous move on his behalf. It's like, first off, we know what this line here is. There is no team that has reviewed Jay Dyer's profile.
Our team. Yeah, as if Hijab was like, let me consider whether I will debate these guys in 2-on-2 fashion. Let me send out my team. Hey, team, go and investigate and do some research on this. No, this can only hurt me. I do not want to be in this situation, so let me make an excuse. Oh, after careful research and analysis, we have concluded that you are not fit to debate me.
I'm going to say it very clearly. If Mohammed Hijab had a debate, in fact, a one-on-one with Jay Dyer on Trinity,
anything,
actually, yeah, he would be annihilated. Okay, by his own terminology, he would be humiliated. he would be destroyed.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Mohammed Hijab would be destroyed. He would be humiliated. He would be decimated. It would be a disaster. It would be a massacre. You would have to report Jay Dyer for murdering Mohammed Hijab. Okay? And Mohammed Hijab probably is aware of this, and he probably is aware of the risk. He probably knows this. He probably knows this, which is why he's pulling this idiotic stunt here. Face him. Come on. Face him, man. Face him. Have a debate with Jay. He will not. He will not. What a coward. What a weasel. You weakling. Silas Burtis was driving in my state, PA, and saw an interesting billboard. It read, "Be a voter and save democracy." Brought to you by the Freedom from Religion Foundation. Genius. This is the proof of atheism.
The Freedom from Religion Foundation. That's Dan Barker and co.
Who's Dan Barker?
He was a He was never the most popular atheist debater, but like 20 years ago, he was one of the debaters on the atheist circuit.
Oh, that guy. Okay, I see him now. This is the proof. Awful Falafel, please review Elon Levy versus Mehdi Hassan on OPD. I would like to, because I like kind of like Elon Levy, although I haven't seen him in a debate. But the thing is, watching Mehdi Hassan must be the most torturous, the most painful thing in the world, because the guy is just is the ultimate sophist guy and liar. He's terrible. But he has a way with words. I don't know. Maybe I'll have a look at it and see what happens.
I've heard about that discussion. I haven't watched it, but I don't know. It might be worth we could in theory go through it tomorrow.
Mehdi Hassan probably humiliated the other one. Ida Rogozin, what happened to David's hair? What hair?
Why do I even make videos about what happens to my hair if people are just going to ask what happened to your hair?
What hair? I don't see any hair. Hu Jintao said, Muhammad, peace be upon him, prostatic fluid be upon him. Alhamdulillah. Elsa says, Israeli garden landscape design services call Israel for a free quote.
With every order, get a free beeper.
Sheikh Mike Wiggling said, Israel just committed war crimes and AP is laughing. Why are Turks like this? Then again, they hit Shia dogs, so I have to give Jews a pass this time. Cam, Israel been based, inshallah. This is true.
It is totally based.
Herbert the Cricket. Hey, what's up, Herbert? AP, let me out of your closet. I'm trapped under a shoe in there. I keep hearing you talk about some guy named Heili Hitler, but you won't let me out. No, just stay in there, man. Snutwick said, did Sneaker convert Aiden Ross to Mohammedism? I don't know. I don't really care much about Aiden Ross or anything.
Yeah, Aiden Ross, for everyone who doesn't remember, that was the sniffer of Andrew Tate's balls. Literally, Andrew Tate was sitting in a chair in some little Daisy Dukes, and he got up to go to the bathroom or something, and Aiden, while he's live, actually goes over and starts sniffing where Andrew Tate's balls were on the chair. And for a while, he started going around like Andrew Tate. He shaved his head and stuff like this and started going, haram, haram, haram. But yeah, not something I'm terribly interested in this guy's religious perspectives. And anyone who's converted by the powerful Dawa Sneeko would kind of expose themselves as total morons.
Yeah. Read Sahih Bukhari 5517. This is a very, very interesting one, which I would like you to comment on for a while, David, and have your insights on this. What do you think about it? It says, narrated by Abu Musa al-Ashari, I saw the Prophet eating chicken.
You see, the saying goes, you are what you eat. You are what you eat. So Muhammad's a chicken, a little weakling. He's a little weakling, and we'll pluck him like the chicken he is. What?
Yeah. Furthermore, Dorsaniel said a lot of people don't understand the Middle East way of thinking, where you can either submit or be obliterated. Strength is peace in Mid-East. Yeah, well, Muslims know that too. Whenever they are fighting somebody, they quickly forget that when when the other side fights back, and they quickly forget that when they speak in English to others, to the Western world. They remember it in Arabic. A Zenubist girl said, "Do you reckon ISRL set off Racy's pager mid-flight?" That would be funny. I think it was really just an accident. Which is what I was told to say by secret agent helicopter. CO said, "How do you think you're making ex-Hezbollahs feel every time you dead name them? They have transitioned now. They have all been operated on by sword." Okay, there's lots of Sunni on X happier about this bombing than Israelis, saying Allah deceived Jews to beat Shias so they're free to rebuild the caliphate. Well, one idiot smashes his head against the other idiot's head.
That is. So you have lots of Sunnis and Shias who would be like, "Oh, we're on the same page when it comes to Israel," but you do have Sunnis and Shias who hate each other a lot, and it'll be like, "Oh, you see, Allah is using Israel to crush our Shia enemies to make room for us." So that happened.
This is true. It's true. This is true. Israel needs some space marines to fight terrorism. They do. All right, look, I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna take a sip first. Spills 10 liters of water on shirt. Yeah. Who did this?
I'm guessing he's talking about that Haitian dude who it was funny. They have a pitcher and they have the glasses. And he just grabs the pitcher and then spills it all over the place.
Okay, that's what I mean. Yeah. Cam Tim Pool said he's gone. It's true. Oh yeah, you probably know. Yeah. Sheikh Mike Wingling, Allah merely made it look like Israel is winning. In 2 more weeks, Farfur himself takes charge of resistances forever. What are pagers next to falafels? This is very, very much true.
You see, Ayatollah, the actual Ayatollah was like tweeting, "You see, Hezbollah has the victory." What planet are you on, dude?
Who responded to that? Somebody responded with "answer your pager" or something. I think that was the congressman again. Has anyone ever argued about how Isa is supposed to resurrect the dead to be judged for hell or paradise, but he won't be resurrected with them? Have you ever discussed this, David?
What are you talking about in the Muslim sources?
I don't know.
I mean, Jesus in the Gospels says that he's going to resurrect the dead. You mean in Islam?
Yep. I don't think Islam says such a thing. That there is no narrative in Islam that he would be resurrecting the dead and judge them. That is not a thing in Islam. Alhamdulillah. So he's just supposed to stay in the ground. Good job proving to Flames Muhammad stay in the ground. Yeah, everyone is supposed to be resurrected, including Isa. Vlad said Mike Winger owns David Wood. You see, been destroyed.
Mike Winger owns a bunch of Star Trek Spock action figures.
I just made a song about Aiden Ross. Let's see it.
I like to sniff Andrew Tate's balls. I want to be bald like Andrew Tate and his balls.
Yeah, not bad.
Powerful.
Ayatollah Khamenei, all those countries just stepping out for a quick muta.
They are. Oh boy.
Hershey choke milk, yoo-hoo, is better than yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo has significantly more vitamins and minerals, so you got to think. You got to think of big picture.
Well, big picture. Mojab just lives full time in Hyde Park now, so he doesn't know what the hell is going on in the world. Look, he has sticks and leaves in his beard. Vessel Casira says, Castra says, "Hey, AP and David, I was wondering, what are the exact verses in the Quran about making temporary peace with the unbelievers? Keep up the good work."
You can go to the Mexican. I mean, I said Mexican because we were talking about Mexicans earlier.
He also
The
said,
Meccan.
he also said
Meccan. You can go to the Meccan passages, and they're even
Mexican passages.
there are even passages that Muslims in the West will bring up to show that Islam is peaceful and tolerant. So, Surah 109, to you be your religion and to me be my religion. Even kind of the early stages in Medina, in like Surah 2, you can have some interesting passages and so on. But if you want a good rundown, then you can actually get it on. Let me see if I.
You can get it.
I'm looking for volume 9. I have it.
Get the goat. Get the Mexican goat.
You can. So you have Bukhari here, which you can get.
Get the Mexican goat.
You can get on the site kalamallah.com. No, this is 7 and 4. No, not sure. But volume 9. So this is Sahih al-Bukhari.
Get the Mexican goat now.
So this is Sahih al-Bukhari, 9 volumes and so on. You can get the PDF. If you go to kalamallah.com, you can download it. And at the very end of volume 9, there is an essay, which used to be included. They used to include this in Qurans, in the Hilleli Khan translation of the Quran. More recent editions, they've taken it out because it was clearly advocating jihad and so on. But at the end of volume 9 of Sahih al-Bukhari, and if you get an older Hilleli Khan Quran, it has an essay by...
No, you're saying essay.
Essay by... it's got an essay by... Mexican essay. By a guy who was the Chief Justice of Saudi Arabia and the Imam at the Grand Mosque in Mecca. And he lays out... He breaks it down into 4 stages versus the 3 that I normally go with. But he says there's a stage in which Muslims aren't supposed to fight because they can't hope to win. And then he quotes passages about that. Then he has 2 defensive stages. One where it's permissible to fight. And then another stage where you're obligated to fight. And then finally an offensive stage where you actually actively go out and subjugate people and so on. So he breaks it down into these different stages. Point is, this jihad proceeding in stages theory that didn't come from critics of Islam. That came from Muslims pointing out that Muhammad behaved very differently based on the strength of the ummah. And when the ummah was weak, it was make agreements, make peace, do that sort of thing when you can't win a physical confrontation. So following that, you have a kind of roadmap to it's not a permanent peace, but it could be a temporary peace where you say, okay, if you make sure the ummah is perpetually aware of its weakness and its inability to confront other nations, then they can actually have a case for not fighting.
Hey, go date my Mexican Quran essay.
Good answer. John Choi said long hair David Wood was much cooler. Just saying.
That's the truth.
Everyone knows this. Cool 8-man kill. As a Seventh-day Adventist, you can say if they already targeting Christians is double the pain if they goes for the Saturday people first. Thoughts? Yeah, they don't come to me.
Oh, yeah. So Seventh-day Adventists also worship on Saturday. They also have their services on Saturday. So they would be the people of Saturday as well.
But the people. Cars and Death said from the liver to the knee, his balls are now free. Pretty based. Ezra Gregory, we should have Mohammed Hijab give a speech to the UN and explain that 2 flames make bigger flame.
He'd be like Netanyahu there. He'd be like, look, over here we have 1 flame. We have 1 flame. Look, here we have another. And we put them together. How many times are you going to put this up?
Mike Winger owns David Wood, said Vlad.
How many times are you going to put up this flat out lie?
John Joy said MBS told Blinken that he doesn't care about Palestine. What's his words? Because he's a Zionist. This Jew. Oh wait, this MBS, the Arab guy. Oh no.
I have to say that, I mean, the protesters in general, I mean, even though they think they do, you don't actually care about the Palestinians. The vast majority. They hate Israel. If they cared about Palestinians, they would say, Hamas, surrender, hand over the hostages. It's going to save a lot of lives. So they do not care at all about the lives of Palestinians.
And especially those on American campuses protesting for Palestine. If a Gazan guy actually came up to them, they would probably run away and hide.
Crap their pants. He's going to kill us.
Like, "Ugh, get away from me."
Autumn Sun, have you heard Bob Dylan's song Neighborhood Bully about Israel? What? Bob Dylan? Neighborhood Bully?
No.
No.
I've only liked a couple. I mean, he's got one song that's one of my favorite songs of all time, and then one or two others that I like, and then the rest not been interested in it.
Isn't he dead?
Bob Dylan? Is he? Did he die?
I don't know.
What planet are you from, man?
I thought
Bob
he should. I thought he's
Dylan.
dead.
Bob Dylan. Yeah, it says he's 83 years old. What are you talking about?
Huh.
In your face, AP wishing death upon another great person.
Well, I think he said in his. I think people are saying that this is a song about Israel, but there is no actual thing about it. Interesting. I only know one song, which I heard when I was a child, and I thought, "Hey, that song is good," and that's
How does it feel? How does it feel?
no, it's how
do you
many
feel?
times
How do you
must
feel?
the poopy poop 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 poop.
What is that? That's the Mamas and the Papas.
The
Oh no, that's Peter, Paul, and
No,
Mary.
blowing
Although
in.
Bob Dylan may have done a
The
version.
answer is blowing in the wind.
The answer is blowing in the wind.
Hu Jintao said, so Netanyahu's Abra is NY, like the city with Wall Street, bankers, the Fed Reserve branch with largest asset. Coincidence? I mean, I'm just asking questions to our APAC-owned government. This is true. Ayatollah Khamenei said, lol, we get a white nationalist groiper in the chat. Justin Wooten, bro, is about to kick all the ethnics out with that receding hairline. Well, I'm always happy to have people here that contribute to the live chat here, even when they're being complete idiots. So everybody get along, said Hamas's Muslim Brotherhood. They formed before there was a Palestine. What Palestine? Muslims massacred Jews in the area before there was an Israel. This is true. It's true. They did pogroms, they did killings, and especially those of the region, the Arab population in the region, committed massacres against Jews long before Israel was formed, long before any such thing happened. We need to speak the truth. Vlad said Mike Winger owns David Wood. Huh, interesting. Jose Garcia said, interesting fact, number 69, according to legends, Justin Wooten, Sinwar, and Nasrallah will be sharing their 216 Horigenes, Paul Longari, Houthis, and the Blowfish. Jews need to take the Black Stone ASAP. That will get their attention. I always thought there should be a song from the perspective of the Black Stone, singing about all the people that are coming to kiss it. Well, I'm going to write that project down here and work on it. Alrighty. Black Stone. Kissing song. Right. That's a good idea. Ori said, did you hear that Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, was eliminated this evening by Israel? Really? No, we still don't have a confirmation about that, so I can't say it. I'm going to quickly read this one here. Alhamdu Shawarma Falafel Ibn Tahini Jr. said, happy Nasrallah Day. Alhamd Shawarma is back. I was so happy when my leather strap saw it. I was 12 when in 2006, Lebanon 2, and I waited for that napkin 3 Ed to get extinct since napkin head. I guess Xmas came early this year. I hope the happiness and the celebrations are justified, because I don't see any confirmation yet from either side. That said, I hope he's dead. And then we can say, he died like a dog.
This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by.
Hey, look at this. They put the camera on Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is not there either.
Well, I wouldn't be there either. Look at that crappy chair.
Yeah. They're protesting the chair here. Therein implies that Mike Winger records.
Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. We seek to move forward to a bright age of prosperity and peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war. And now I have a question. And I pose that question to you. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own supports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending you against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about this. But unfortunately, there is a lot of it in many countries and in this very hall, as I've just heard. Good is portrayed as evil and evil is portrayed as good. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide when we defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're
Thank you
trying
for
to
saying it.
genocide us. We just stop them, and then we're somehow committing genocide. Good point.
And this is precisely what is being done. Thanks for saying it. I think Israel should put more emphasis on that precise point. And the Hamas attack on October 7 was not just a random attack. It wasn't just an attempt to free themselves or anything like that. It was very clearly in line with long stated goals of Hamas leaders to eradicate the Jewish population and to destroy Israel. And I think they should also make one thing clear: when you say destroy Israel alone, to many people out there, this doesn't mean much, because they're like, Israel is a colonial state, Israel is a bad state, Israel is evil state, Israel not should exist anyway. Make it clear: Hamas is a terrorist organization that has repeatedly said that they want the Jewish people eradicated. Eradicated. That's it. They want to massacre and kill the Jewish population. And Israel can't just tolerate that. Fighting back against that with might is not genocide. You should be fighting back in an existential war, in an extermination war against those who want to exterminate you. And if you end up destroying significant parts of those who want to exterminate you, you shouldn't be the one who is guilty, who is seen as an aggressor here. LC said, I'm sorry, but if you think Hamas is an existential threat to Israel, then you're just a goober. Look, I'm not sure what point you're trying to make here, but Hamas does not have to be an existential threat to Israel. Has not actually be a threat to Israel. Any threat, any enemy that is ignored and not taken seriously, because they're not a real big threat anyway, is in the end a threat. It doesn't matter if they succeed with their intention to kill all Jews or not.
Yeah, this guy's
they
an
want
idiot.
to kill all Jews. That's what matters.
Yeah, following his reasoning, we should have been like, oh, well, they blew up the two towers, but, it's not like it's an existential threat to the entire country, so we'll let Al-Qaeda slide on this. We'll just leave them alone. We'll just leave them alone because it's not an existential threat. Like,
Those-
all these terrorists attacking us left and right. It's not like the United States is going to crumble and cease to exist. So we shouldn't have a problem with it. Go on, come kill us. Matter of fact, that's how Israel should be, according to this guy, right? Oh yeah, just come across the border. We'll still be here. You guys don't have enough people to like destroy the entire population, and therefore we'll just let you keep killing our people over and over again. Just rape everyone. You're not an existential threat. Raping and torturing women is not an existential threat. It's not going to destroy the entire country. So yeah, we'll just let you slide, freaking moron.
Here's Sky saying Jews killed Jesus, not knowing that Jesus himself was a Jew.
Jews killed a Jew.
Jews killed Jews.
We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity. We helped bring in 700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see this moral confusion.
That's why they're so fat
Israel
down
is
there.
falsely accused of deliberately targeting.
But I've heard since October 2023 that Gaza is on the brink of a famine. So
That's what I keep hearing as well.
it just takes a while. It takes a while for that to kick in. We've been switching from Gaza is on the brink of a famine to full-fledged famine going on, to famine ravishing and killing mass populations, to actually it's still on the brink of a famine, to it's almost there, to still famine could happen anytime. It's been going on like that for a whole year now.
But just don't forget, AP, no matter how much food gets delivered there, whether it's 3,000 calories a day per person or 3 million calories a day per person, it's still a genocide.
That's true. That's powerful. Powerful stuff. Vlad said Mike Winger owns David Wood. Huh. Lothar, question: what is the Sufi and Salafi equivalent in Shia Islam? Shia Muslims also have Sufi orders, but they also but mysticism, like in Sufism, is also more common in certain Shia groups. For example, the Ismailis are mysticist in general, mainstream, and so on. It's just a little bit different. I don't know if you could equate the Salafis to the Twelver Shia, which Iran.
He might just mean in the sense of like sort of radical and so on. If
Yeah.
so, and you do have Shias who are like that. They're leading. They're calling the shots in Iran right now.
Yep, that's what they do. Raisin Bread said Bangladesh is going back to 7th century in real time. Men were throwing shoes at each other during a recent Friday prayer service inside the mosque. That's what they should be doing. At least they're not throwing bombs at each other, so that's good.
Yeah, throw all the shoes you want.
Grauenritter said, is Islam a religion with a gang attached or a gang with a religion attached? It is, as Mohammed Hijam said, we have gangsters.
Mm-hmm.
You think we don't have
I do want to make a video like the future of Islam, in that since Dawah is collapsing and their arguments no longer work, I want to point out that why are people going to become Muslims in the future? Why are people going to become Muslims in the future? The only reason will be because it's going to be a huge gang at that point, and you'll be joining a huge gang for your protection.
Well, there is not much future left, considering that we are in the end times now. Debo Drew says, I hope college campuses are charging for Kleenex today.
We should show up to one of these protests with boxes of Kleenex and sell them for like $20 and tell people that they can only wipe their tears with these free Palestine tissues. And we like make a killing.
Michael Stanton here said Earth pear-shaped, not knowing that the Earth is actually a triangle, which is so ignorant.
You're both wrong. It's a tetrahedra zomboid.
That's actually old news. It's a triangle.
You even spelled pear wrong.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. Quran tissues. Quran tissues.
Yeah, we should show up with a bunch of Quran pages and say you can only wipe your tears with the Quran.
You
That'd be
see?
funny.
You see?
We gotta do something cool like that.
The Sky guy in the chat is just sounding like a rage baiting troll guy.
Jew detected. Jew detected. Jew, so to say.
Sometimes when I see people like this in the chat, I think this might not even be an actually genuinely anti-Semitic person, just somebody who wants to troll and rage people.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. Alhamdulillah. What debate Nick Fuente? Man, this is like when Muslims go around saying debate Zakir Naik.
Yes, debate him then.
Like Nick Fuentes actually goes around offering debates. Yeah. Zabiba Goal says New Year's fireworks. Syrian girl, was that a tactical nuclear
bomb?
Vlad said Mike Winger owns David Wood. Interesting. Daryl said just got Logos Diamond, now sleeping on the street.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, you weren't there. I did a show with Jorge, who was officially announcing that Logos, by far the best Bible software study program that's ever existed, is changing next week to a subscription model rather than a one-time only payment. But the diamond is the diamond program. The diamond version will make you poor. It will, but you'll be extremely rich in your.
Wait, what is
mind.
that? That's a Logos. That's a Bible study platform.
Yeah,
is that a program like for?
It's an insanely good. It is insanely good software, like light years ahead of anything else.
There is a software for Bible study. That's interesting. I didn't even know that.
Dude, it is. I was just saying last night when I was live with Jorge, like, I did all of graduate school working on if there were something like this in philosophy, my goodness, it would have made an entire PhD like 10 times easier. It would make it massively easier.
Interesting.
You can type in a topic and it'll give you as many books, commentaries, and so on as you can hope to deal with. You click on any word, it'll tell you the Greek or the Hebrew or something like that. It'll break it down. It's pretty crazy stuff.
I'm breaking down.
Anyway, we did a show because Monday's the last day where you could just buy the program. It's going to be a subscription anyway. So anyway, the point was anyone who actually wants to just have the program, your time's up after Monday.
This is interesting. Does it also offer only Hebrew Bible, only Jewish things?
It's got all that stuff.
It does actually. It actually does. This is interesting.
Wow. Yeah. Anything you could dream of, you could master Hebrew going through that.
This is very, very interesting. I had no idea. Didn't know this is a thing. Ayatollah Khamenei said Turks are jerks. This is
got a point.
Totally true. Frank P, I think he meant you should go F yourself instead of you should think again. This is very, very true.
That would have been funny if he'd have just said that. I'm just going to say it. Go F yourself. We're sick of this. We're sick of this. No more Mr. Nice Israel. Nah, you guys want the real BB? Huh? You guys want the real BB? Huh? You want gangster BB? What? It'd be funny if you just like toss on some sunglasses right there.
You see, Groypers are retarded. Don't argue with them in the chat. Xerxes would be preferable to the Ayatollahs. You think? You
have a lot of people who would like to get away from the Ayatollahs. Ayatollahs of rock and rollers.
Ayatollahs. You can be against his politics, but you can't deny the stellar job Bibi has done so far in the ongoing war. He's no war criminal, dumb foe, or outrage. Yeah. I didn't have much of an opinion on Netanyahu before the war, honestly. Aside from the obvious, which are that he has an incredible voice.
Yeah, he seems based, awesome, gives power, gives epic speeches. When he talks to, like when he would sit down with the US president, like he sits down with Obama, it's almost like it's on the level of like a kindergarten teacher talking to a kindergartner, and lots of when he talks to Western politicians. Let me break this down for you, right?
Yeah.
But as far as like stuff he's doing in Israel, apart from like trying to protect Israel, have no idea. He could be, I'm like you, I didn't know. He could have been like completely hated and I wouldn't have known. And we've mentioned before, seems like right now he does understand the massive security failure of October 7th. And that is at least in part on him because it's just on the leadership for not catching that much quicker than they did. And so it's a situation you see in sports. You see someone in a football game or something like that has a fumble or something like this, and you see him come out afterwards and he's like trying to make up for it. So you see someone be, you see go into like super player mode, trying to fix what he just did to his team. Seems like that. It's like, okay, we had a big mess up right there. I'm going to make sure this does not happen again.
The thing is also, I'm kind of confused on this whole thing because I feel like before October 7, my political views were radically different from how they shaped and changed after October 7.
Yeah, you were extreme far leftist before.
No, I said it as well. I think honestly that October 7 and the following events after that did radically change me and change how I think about things, about politics, religion, and things like that. And it also changed how I would view somebody like Netanyahu, for example, when it comes to the politics. So it's confusing for me to identify how I would have felt about Netanyahu before the war versus after the war. I don't know. Alhamdulillah.
Civilians. We don't want to see a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use civilians as human shields. And no army has done what Israel is doing to minimize civilian casualties. We drop flyers, we send text messages, we make phone calls by the millions to ensure that Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. We spare no effort in this noble pursuit. We see yet another profound moral confusion when self-described progressives march against the democracy of Israel. Don't they realize they support the Iranian-backed goons in Tehran and in Gaza? The goons who gun down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares, some progressives.
Good point.
According to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence,
right there.
Iran's...
What?
That was clippable right there, that point about, hey, you have progressives marching through the streets against Israel. Do they not realize they're supporting Iran, which guns down protesters and hangs gays and so on in this? Like, this makes you progressive? Going with the most regressive regime on the freaking planet?
It's just amazing when ISIS attacked and killed people at an Ariana Grande concert in London. This sent shockwaves around the world, and people were disgusted by this and were like, "Oh, this is happening! Violence, radicalism, threats to life. Why can't we just coexist?" and all that. The same people, many of the same people, ended up being in support of those very similar terrorists who attacked people that were attending a festival in Israel. Sorry, that was Manchester, not London. Yeah. I don't know why I said London. I wasn't even thinking of London. I just thought of UK and said London. Yes, that was in Manchester. I get it. It was from Manchester. Yes. So the people were very, very sad about that. But when it happens in Israel, they're suddenly okay with it. They're cool with it. It's because the people are retarded. There was a man named Chester. Yeah, it was.
Funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel. Who knows, maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem,
Why is he talking about Solomon? Solomon was a Muslim. He was a Muslim. Look at this. They're stealing our land. They're stealing. Now they're also trying to steal our history.
Yes, Solomon talked to ants in the Quran. Is right there.
Yeah.
He talks to ants.
Next, he's gonna try and steal David. who was also a Muslim. I always find it funny when they go around saying Jews are stealing your things, and like their whole
Yeah, the
Their
entire
whole
religion is an amalgamation of things they stole from everyone else's religion.
specifically primarily from Jews and Christians. It's crazy, man.
2,000 years ago proclaimed. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem, 3,000 years ago, proclaimed. He proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you.
He said, vanity, vanity, everything is vanity.
He said, there is nothing new under the sun.
Whoa, he's quoting
Whoa.
your favorite book. He's quoting your
Hey.
favorite book.
Hey, I almost got it right. He cited the right book. See?
Hey, it would be funny if he said, he said famously, to everything, turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. You don't know the song, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. They made a song. There's an actual, how do you not know the song? They made a song out of Ecclesiastes.
I don't know. It would be funny if he said, as we know, King Solomon said famously, and I know Apostate Prophet loves this reference.
That would be legend status right there.
Proclaimed. He proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you. He said, there is nothing new under the sun. Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence, some would argue that's a debatable statement. But one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations.
Ouch.
Ouch. Woohoo!
Burn.
Wow. Okay, that was good.
To everything, burn, burn,
Ooh.
burn. Ouch.
That was very, very well set up. I
That
didn't
was
expect that.
brutal.
Wow. Look at this. Look.
Take it from me. I first spoke from this podium as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I think it's the same podium, by the way. In my maiden speech here,
Definitely the same chairs.
I spoke against a proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later,
Still
I
here.
find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. This is the man who claims he wants peace with Israel. Yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions to terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans.
And by the way, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, the only reason that they actually are a thing, right? The only reason that they have autonomy and governance in what they call the West Bank, the only reason that the Palestinian Authority actually exists is that Israel gave them the chance, the opportunity, and the right to exist and to operate. Because Israel actually, in an attempt to make peace, recognized them as an entity, as an authority, as a party, in order to establish the possibility of a future Palestinian Arab state. Israel didn't have to do this, and maybe they should have never done it, right? Maybe they should have never done it. Because the other side is obviously not very deserving of it, not very appreciating of it.
It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he still wages unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, you can't exist. Not in our neighborhood, certainly, and maybe not in yours. Standing in this podium 40 years ago, I told the sponsors of that outrageous resolution to expel Israel, gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door. Today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish state.
David got humiliated by this speech, so he decided to leave. You can clearly see here. He's a weakling. You weakling!
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
David left the chat. Enough is enough. They should have never recognized any Palestinian national movement at all. Legitimizing the Palestinian Nazi ideology is part of the issue. And this is the funny thing. Israel always gives and gives and gives and gives and gives. And what they get in response is more complaints and more killing. Honestly, I could have told them that a long time ago, that you're not going to get the good things that you give to the other side, that they won't be returned with much goodness. The other side doesn't believe in the good stuff. They want you dead. Tom Hatter said, AP, who radicalized you? It was your mom. Yep, that's who it was.
Continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. And this.
Jeez, he really said that? Okay, I have to wait for David to hear this. I have to wait for David to hear this. I didn't know he actually said these harsh words. Harsh words. David, come back. You have to hear this. Hey! You can't be against his politics. Yeah, Abraham Harb said, when in Lebanon I took a wrong turn and ended up in one of Nasrallah's secret locations. Shall I inform the Jews? Do it right now. And also, next time you go there, take some salt with you and pour it all over them. Ezra Gregory, I think Allah doesn't know geography because all the areas with Muslims seem to suck. Where the Jews are seem pretty nice. Well, I have to correct you on one thing here. If not Jews, but the other side were in charge of what is Israel, it would suck too. It would be horrible. It's the Jews who made it nice. It did suck before. It was barely habitable, which is why it was vastly empty. The Jews came in and fixed the place. But hey, they're the bad guys. Hey, David, you have to hear this. Look at this.
President Abbas' resolution to expel Israel. You who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish
now look at this. Listen to this.
State continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere.
True.
But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything.
Wow.
He's just going all in here.
He ain't lying, man. He ain't lying.
Oh man, he called it a house of darkness and a swamp of anti-Semitic bile.
He ain't lying.
In the eyes of decent people everywhere.
He's not trying to sugarcoat it anymore. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to try to talk nicely to you. We're way past that.
But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge.
this anti-Israel flat earth society. And listen, I'm talking, you know who I'm talking about, these inbred child molesting murdering rapists over here.
Wow, man.
He's going all in, man.
This is good. Thank you, man. Finally. Finally, man. Finally. Finally. When we were in Israel, when I was on JNS TV, I remember Fleur, she asked me, how do you think Israel should be doing things? And I said, well, first off, stop being so
nice.
Stop being so damn nice and polite. And she said, polite? We're not polite. I mean, do you see how people are talking to each other on the streets? And I said, no, that's not what I mean. Stop being so polite to the others, to those who want to kill you and all that. And it's amazing that at least Bibi here, he has clearly watched me say that. No, just kidding. At least Bibi here is doing what I always wish Israel did, to finally be more unapologetic and stop being so nice, stop being so polite about things. Stop trying to appeal. Stop trying to explain yourself. There's no need to explain yourself anymore.
So you heard it here, folks. AP thinks that Bibi Netanyahu is watching his stuff and listening to him very carefully and acting on AP's sage advice.
Well, I would say that he's watching me because I talk to him on the phone every day. So why would he watch me?
Any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last decade, there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this hall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined.
And that is, let's just be very honest. We know why that is. It's because Israel stands alone as the Jewish state. Muslims come together and happily support anything that condemns Israel. Muslims don't happily come together and support anything that condemns actual tyrannical, atrocious Muslim countries that actually practice apartheid, that actually forbid different religions, that actually ban people from criticizing or even leaving Islam, that actually execute human rights activists, that execute gay people publicly. Publicly, nobody talks about this. Why aren't all of these leftist, I don't know, queers for Palestine idiots and all the other rainbow fanatics going around protesting when Iran executes homosexuals? Is it because they don't care? Why is it? I don't know. They clearly don't care about the whole gay rights thing, considering that they don't ever bother actually protesting against nations that kill gay people. Instead, they support they support Iran in this when Iran goes against the Jews. The world is such a stupid place. Humans are so ridiculously retarded. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Actually, more than twice as many.
State of Palestine. Look at this. State of Palestine. Oh, this is funny. I actually made a poll on my on Twitter early today, or was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I did a poll asking people this precise question here. Said, which of these two states actually existed in 1948? Israel or Palestine?
8.8% of the people
are retarded. 91% got it right and said Israel. 8.8% actually said Palestine. I mean, it's a good result. It's a good result. But I mean, if you're among these and you actually think, oh, if there is any way at all where you think, okay, I will vote for Palestine because whatever your justification is, you're dumb. You're just wrong. You're just objectively, factually wrong. It's wrong. This state, Palestine, did not exist. It came into existence by name, was declared much, much later, and was not in existence back then. Israel was. A state by the name of Palestine, an Arabic state by the name of Palestine, was only first declared in the year 1988. 1988 by the so-called Palestinian Liberation Organization, because only then they were like, okay, how about let's establish an independent Arab state named Palestine. And they also, the Declaration of Independence was done in Algeria. Pretty sure it was Algeria. Yeah, it was done in Algeria. So they were in Algeria. A bunch of Egyptians went and declared the independence of the state of Palestine. That's what they did in 1988, 40 years after the modern state of Israel was reestablished. This is real history.
Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. It condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more than 100 extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy. What a double standard. What a joke. So the UN's hostility.
The UN is a joke. Bibi Netanyahu.
So all the speeches you heard today, all the hostility directed at Israel this year, it's not about Gaza. It's about Israel. It's always been about Israel.
Yes.
About Israel's very existence.
It is totally based.
And I say to you, until Israel, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce.
Ah, thank you, man. Thank you.
Hey, Syrian girl, you might want to tweet. You might want to tweet, Syrian girl. Did Benjamin Netanyahu just nuke the United Nations?
It just looks like it could be a tactical
nuclear strike by Netanyahu.
Man, finally the guy goes in and just says it, man. Thank you, man. He's roasting the United Nations. He's saying what so many of us are thinking right now. This is fantastic. The United Nations is a joke.
Now, given the anti-Semitism at the UN, it should surprise no one that the prosecutor at the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated organs, is considering issuing arrest warrants against me and Israel's defense minister, the democratically elected leaders of the democratic state of Israel. The ICC prosecutors rushed to judgment. His refusal to treat Israel with its independent courts, the way other democracies are treated, is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism.
Yes, it is. It is. It is. That's what it is. That's what they do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the real war criminals are not in Israel. They're in Iran. They're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen.
Oh yeah, man.
Those of you who stand with these war criminals, those of you who stand with evil against good, with a curse against the blessing,
You should go yourselves.
those of you who do so should be ashamed of yourselves.
And you can kiss my Jewish. No. Hey, how awesome would that have been? Like, you could kiss my Jewish. Like, says it, drops the mic, and I'm done with you clowns, and then just walks out, man.
Message for you. Israel will win this battle. We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice. After generations.
Sir Buggy Goyburger here.
Oh, he's got us here. He's the Goyburger. The Goyburger is here, ladies and gentlemen, to correct us all and give us some brilliant information. Oh, here we go.
The Nazi here says Arabs are Semites. How can they be anti-Semites?
Oh, geez, so confusing. It's words.
Now, here's the thing, dear Mr. Goyburger. You might have heard this stupid phrase from somewhere. Because somebody who is about as dumb as you, or probably dumber, I don't know, said, I can't be anti-Semitic because I'm a Semite myself. or Arabs are actually Semitic people. I need to tell you one thing, and one thing only, and you will have this confirmed if you ask anyone who actually understands what these words mean. Arabs are not Semites. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Jews are also not Semites. The words you're using here, Semites, are words that are out of use. They are outdated. They are a misnomer. They are obsolete. They are useless. They're dumb. They are dumb. The concept of Semites as people or anti-Semitic were very recently invented by people who were specifically anti-Jewish. Semitic refers to a language group. It does not refer to a race or a group of people by their blood or their blood type or their lineage, who had sex with whom and who gave birth to whom. That's not how it works. It's a language group. Semitic languages. That's what it is. Yes. Arabic-speaking people, since they speak a language that is grouped together with those other languages and are, to simplify it, called Semitic, are speaking a Semitic language. That does not mean they are Semitic. Most of them are completely unrelated biologically. They are just using a language which groups them together. That's it. The word anti-Semitic was actually used by people. It was coined and used by people who were explicitly and specifically against Jews. And it was a good thing for them to call themselves anti-Semitic. They considered this a good quality of being against those Jewish people by race. They specifically separated it as anti-Semitism to point out that their problem is not just with Jewish people as a religious group, but with Jews as a race. And they coined the term anti-Semitic. This is what they did. When people nowadays use anti-Semitism, they're basically using a term that was coined by those who deliberately wanted to hate Jews, proudly did so For example, the Nazis themselves used the term anti-Semitic in a good way. Goebbels called himself anti-Semitic, and he was proud of it.
We're proud of that.
You can also look all of these things up very easily on the internet by simply Googling anti-Semitism and looking for the etymology of anti-Semitism. You could even Google Semite. And nowadays you can even, oh, look at this. This is interesting. You can even get an AI summary. Look what it says here. Look, this is very surprising. It says exactly what I just said. Look. This is an AI summary. It says the term Semite is an obsolete term that refers to a group of people who speak or spoke a Semitic language, such as Arabic, Hebrew, or Amharic. The term was invented in the 19th century and is no longer commonly used outside of linguistics. Here are some reasons why the term Semite is considered obsolete. There is no such thing as a Semitic people. There is no archaeological or scientific evidence of a common Semitic people. Semitic-speaking peoples only share the trait of speaking a Semitic language. This is basically what I just told you. It's basically what I just said. And you were just laughing here when I said that as a reaction. Because apparently you know better. Because you're a genius. Pseudoscientific. The term was used to give a pseudoscientific facade to Jew hatred. Some critics encourage removing the hyphen in anti-Semitism to avoid pseudoscientific notions of a Semitic race. See, this only adds more to what I just said in a very, very nice way. The term's linguistic origins have led some people who are not Jewish to claim they are Semites. Isn't this very ironic? Isn't this very ironic? Isn't this now funny? This is directly talking about you here, Mr. Idiot in the chat. The term's linguistic origins have led some people who are not Jewish to claim they are Semites. Would you look at that? This is exactly what you just did here in the chat because you are an imbecile. An absolute imbecile. That's what you are.
Hey, you shouldn't be insulting Gay Burger like that. What are you laughing at?
Anyway,
AP, just imagine if Nick Fuentes is, he's scrolling by here and he sees you making fun of one of his gay burgers. How would that make him feel?
Gay burger.
Thinking about the buns on his gay burger, and here you are insulting him.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Gay burger, I know this was very humiliating and very insulting, and I know it hurts you, but there is more to life. You can always change, just so you know.
After generations in which our people were slaughtered,
Let's finish this video. There's only a few minutes left, and then
remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense. We now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Israel lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel.
why is he speaking Zionist? Why is he speaking Zionist language?
Was he calling for death to Arabs?
Will not falter.
Wait, now I don't know what he said because you're goofing around.
Israel, comparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Israel lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter.
Ooh.
In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempest and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet.
Look at this. This is a Muslim here, Irfan, saying, Yahweh missing. His people need help.
What they need help? It kind of looks like they're crushing. They're crushing. Looks like they're crushing it to me.
First off,
he's sitting here telling the entire UN to go screw themselves for being
Yeah.
a bunch of losers.
First off, Israel is absolutely crushing your heroes here. That's one. Number two, you are here a Muslim mocking Yahweh.
But it's interesting. He just acknowledged that. He's clearly indicating that the Jewish people are the people of Yahweh.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that interesting? His people. Who are the people?
Irfan, I'm not sure if you know this. Maybe you should go and watch a video that I made for people like you. It's called How Allah Got His Name Wrong. But the Quran repeatedly, unknowingly acknowledges that the very same God that it claims to be written by or authored by or sent by is actually Yahweh, including by adopting names like Elias or Isa and so on. Elias is for Eliyahu, Hebrew, which literally means my God is Yahweh. Jesus is from Yehoshua, which means literally Yahweh. Yah is salvation, or Yahweh saves, and so on. It's your Quran actually accidentally repeatedly refers to Yahweh. So you're mocking Yahweh, which is the name that the actual God was called, that your religion tried to steal and got completely wrong, and here you are insulting that God that you proclaim to believe in because you are an idiot, because you follow a fake religion created by stupid 7th century imbeciles in a desert full of ignorance who looked up to the Jews and tried to copy them and still got it all wrong. It's never too late to learn and stop being an idiot.
Phrase, Israel will not go gently into that good night. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright.
Alhamdulillah. You see?
Rage against the dying of the light.
All he needs to say at the end of this speech is,
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
The people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. עם ישראל חי, the people of Israel live, now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
And if you don't like that, you can kiss my Jewish.
On behalf.
that's good. That's good. That is good. But what did he say here in Hebrew before that? Before Am Yisrael Chai, did he say, "No, we want to kill all non-Jews"?
And to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. עם ישראל חי, the people of Israel.
I think I understood like 25% of that, but what is he saying in that whole thing?
Let's get it up to 100.
Let's get it, bro.
Let's get it to 100. Get
Yeah.
your Logos Bible software. and learn Hebrew.
Somebody tell me what he said. He said, "Yeah, we're doing genocide and we're proud of it."
He said, Syrian girl. Did he just say we're nuking?
Did he just say drop a nuclear bomb?
What did he say? No one knows if he said let's drop nuclear bombs.
Nobody knows what this means. It was a secret message.
Live now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
Is that what he said, or are you just doing that out of no, be strong and brave and don't fear from them because your God is with you? Is that what he said? Oh, is it? 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 Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, and do not be afraid of them. For the Lord your God is the one who walks with you and will not let you down or leave you. Ah,
Oh, you like that?
It is totally based.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel
You should have high-fived that chick as he's walking by her. That'd have been dope.
this is a powerful speech, and I'm so happy that he went all out. Basically, told the United Nations that they are a joke and they should go F themselves, and said, we are not making any compromises. We're going to finish Hamas, full victory. We're going to defend ourselves, not kicking us around anymore. We'll take care of ourselves. We're going to go through with this, no matter what you think, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter how loudly you protest. Man, I'm happy to see this. I'm glad to see this.
Yeah, seriously. Whether people agree with him on various issues or not, I mean, who gives doper speeches than this dude?
This was very, very good. This was good. He literally said, go F yourselves.
That speech was a literal genocide against the United Nations.
It is totally based.
He literally genocided the whole United Nations in the whole room. And he did this while bombing Hassan Nasrallah. Man, this is good. This is a good day. This is good. All right, all right, all right. This is fantastic, man. What do you think? Was this the best speech in the history of the world or the universe?
No, but it's in the top 5%.
It was the best speech that I've ever heard tonight.
I thought you were about to say the best speech you heard, and I was going to be like, I don't know, you're pretty familiar with a bunch of speeches in German.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to agree with his politics, but the speeches are amazing.
Yeah, and how hard is it to recognize that? Even if I heard some horrible mass murderer give an awesome speech, I'd be like, okay, I disagree with everything you said, but man, that dude can speak.
Yeah, that was a good speech. I'm speaking about Netanyahu. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I'm talking about anyone. I'm saying you could have a total mass murderer, a serial killer, anything, jump up. You could have Ted Bundy get up, give an awesome speech, and even if I disagreed with every single word, I'd be like, dude knows how to speak. So how refreshing would it be for all the people who are complaining about Israel, the Iranians and so on, to just be sitting there, don't walk out, sit there, and at the end, jump up and clap. And when people go, what are you doing? You're Iran. Why are you clapping? Go, got to give credit where credit is due. The man knows how to give a speech, and we can all agree on that. We can all agree on that.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Ezra Gregory, but Iran and Hezbollah, they go out and they say, especially Hezbollah, they say, we are going to punish the Zionist Jews. Inshallah, soon.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Very different communication style.
They're talking like this.
That's what they sound like.
Ezra Gregory, I think Allah doesn't know. You already read this. What's wrong with you, man? Keiko is, I'm from Iran. The majority of Iranians I've met and known either have no problem with Israel and hate the Islamic regime and are liberal-minded. I think us Iranians are Israel's best partner in Iran. That's how it should be. That's how it could be. Iran was also a beautiful contributor to culture before it turned into
Every place Islam touches, man. And I mean, you got a couple of exceptions, like where they'll build really nice cities because of all the money coming in and stuff like that. But that is true, man. Iran. We've seen the videos over and over again where the Iranian leaders will put a flag of Israel on the ground so that people can walk on it and trample on it, and like people will walk around it. Like you'll have thousands of people just walking around it because they refuse to step on it. But yeah, you have a massive difference of view and attitude between the people of Iran and the Iranian leaders. And it sucks because lots of people's impression of Iran is based just on the leaders and not the people.
Boost.
Because my Cadillac's got that beast. My Cadillac got that boom room.
Beast. Israeli troops at the border say we are ready for a ground invasion. We don't know if it's going to happen, but we are preparing it. We are ready for a ground invasion. That's kind of funny.
It's like every couple decades, Israel has to take over everyone's country, and then give it back to them later on, saying, "Just know you are only having your own country because we are deciding to let you have it because we've already taken it."
Well, they did it in late 70s and 80s. They thought, you know what, we can't have this whole PLO thing going on across our border in Lebanon. Sorry, we tried to stop it, but you won't listen to us.
We
are coming.
I would completely let my opponents set the stage. And I would say for every rocket that you send over, for every rocket that Hezbollah sends our way, we are taking over 100 square yards of Lebanon. So you guys decide how much of your country you want to keep, and we're not giving it back this time. We're not giving it back. Every rocket, do the math. Fire 20 rockets. That's how much territory we're taking over. And you guys decide how much you want us to take over before you want to stop.
It's so ridiculously dumb, you know. Israel, if it went by the UN partition plan in 1947 and, you know, set in plan in 1948, Israel would have had much less land than what Israel has today. They took like they had like 55% or so of the region for them, but because the other side declared war and didn't want Israel to exist, Israel kicked their asses and won the war and expanded its territory to more than 70%. And then they kept the hostilities, they kept fighting, and Israel took more and gave more back. The idea is land for peace. We take this land and we will give it back if you agree to recognize us and to make peace with us. I mean, how much more reasonable can you be, right? You take the land and you say, we will give you the land if you recognize us and make peace with us. Then you can have the land. That's how it worked. If Israel was everything that these people are saying, then Israel wouldn't have given an inch back of anything at all and would have expelled all of the populations and possibly massacred them. I don't know. That's what they do. Ordro said, AP's hair looks great today. What's your secret?
Maybe he's born with it.
I don't know. I think it's because I just took a shower for the first time in my life. I usually never take a shower. Last time was 50 years ago.
Well, it's because you're Turkish.
Sardi said he should have read from the Torah when God said, "Behold, I set you before you today a blessing and a curse." Knowing Bibi,
and he's holding them up. He's holding them up. He's like, the blessing and the curse. The blessing and the curse. Take your pick.
Yes. GoTop said, anyone hungry? I heard Netanyahu is cooking. Keikwo says, guys, in Iran, we had 120,000 Iranian Jews before 1979 Islamic takeover, having lived there for thousands of years. Today, less than 5,000 remain. Yeah, I know. Iranian Jews are their separate group of peeps that have a long history. Debo, AP, did you see Keir Starmer ask for release of sausages? I heard he wants a two-steak solution.
Did you actually see that clip?
What sausages? What is that?
He said sausages, and he meant hostages.
Are you what? Are you serious?
Yeah, yeah. He said it. He said sausages, and then corrected himself. He meant hostages.
Wait a minute. This is not.
You can search for it real quick just on Twitter.
This actually happened.
Yeah. Type in Keir Starmer.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages.
I didn't know this. I didn't.
The hostages.
I didn't know this. He actually said it.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages. The hostages.
He corrected himself.
How do you say sausages?
I'm just saying, don't criticize them or it'll have you locked up, prosecuted.
Was he hungry or something? I don't know. This is so dumb, man. Imagine referring to the hostages as sausages. That's probably a good reflection of how serious he takes them. Beirut is currently being bombed. Insane videos. Can't be right. Aidan Quinnan said, hey, I'm Irish and I support Israel 100%. This is nice. You are one in a million. Most of you Irish people.
See, I'm Irish, but I'm not a leprechaun. You want to fight? Then step up and we'll get it on. What?
Most of you Irish people have got problems. You've got problems up there. John Rambo says, when ISIS came to power, many Muslims came in their support in Iraq behind the curtains and were silent when the murders were happening. Yeah, that's what they do. Cheryl said, when the war is going to realize...
ISIS came and said, top of the morning to y'all.
When the world is going to realize that an ideology of two people is not oppressed, their ideology is just so backward, that the world thinks they are.
Yeah, isn't it great? They got a quarter of the world's population.
That's bloody damn right.
I know we can't kill Israel, so we're victims. We're prepared for perpetual victims.
You know, it's funny when I try to do one of those accents, the Irish or the Scottish. I don't know which one I'm doing. It's like I confuse both of them. I don't know which one I'm doing. If I'm even doing it half correctly.
Dude, it's easy. If you want to sound Irish, you do the Lucky Charms leprechaun, and if you want to sound Scottish, you go with Mel Gibson from Braveheart, who had the perfect Scottish accent.
That was very helpful. Thank you. Yeah. Karen Nair says Hugsb just refused to debate Mossab Hassan Youssef on Piers. Yeah, that's what they do. He rejects the debate challenge after he agrees to it. That's what he does. He's a
hey, little known fact. Nabil lived in Scotland for a time when he was a kid.
He did?
Yeah, he lived in Scotland for a little while before I knew him. But when I first went over his house, he had a sign on his door that said, if it's not Scottish, it's crap. So he was influenced by his time in Scotland.
Yeah, that's funny. Do back and forth of Irish and Welsh. I don't even know what Welsh sounds like. Welsh accent sounds like.
Yeah, I do. My doctoral advisor, Brian Davis at Fordham, was Welsh. So it is different. It is different. I don't think I could imitate it if I tried.
It's kind of funny that these populations are populations that still have their own language that is quite alive.
Dude, so we lived in North Bronx for all those years, and you could go across a bridge, and then you're almost in Yonkers, and there's an Irish neighborhood over there, they've lived there their entire lives, but they still it's so densely populated with Irish that they still speak with an Irish accent over there. And so you go over there, you walk across there to go to a diner for breakfast, and they're like, hi, what do you have there? Eh? And he's like, what the heck?
What the heck? Let's see. I want to quickly hear what.
Now today we had a big contrast.
Wait.
It's a very sing-song sort of sounding accent. The reason for this, the accent I'm talking about is the South Wales accent. Ben, you notice that huge... What are you doing? John, what are you doing? You notice that huge glide, the new one.
I don't want videos of somebody explaining to me the accent. I want one where
just
he
say
just
it.
talks in
Just
the
speak
freaking
it.
accent, man. Anyway. There we are with the sausages again. Hey, have you ever seen this video? This is what comes up, right?
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gogedrych Llantysilio Gogogoch, the temperature got to 21 Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit.
So what was that place called?
That dude just made me think, I hope Islam conquers that entire place, just so I never hear that again. I would rather hear Arabic than whatever that just was. Just say this place, man. This place. Anyway. He did that just to impress everyone. He's like, guys, I mean, I just spent the last 17 months mastering that word. We gotta put it in some forecast, man.
Yeah, we do. John the Presbyter say you didn't finish reading my.
It's Presbyter.
Nate says Christians and Muslims have the best memes.
That's true.
Nate said, how y'all feel about Israel supplying Azerbaijan? I know that lots of Israelis themselves thought it was a terrible move.
And it is. If you're supplying weapons, and you know those weapons are being used to kill people who shouldn't be killed, messed up move. Stop doing it.
This is one of those instances where Israel has had an agreement, a partnership with a country in order to, because of strategic interests due to Iran, where Iran is, there is the Iran-Azerbaijan conflict, and Israel tries to keep things cool with Azerbaijan, but it led to really messed up things like having an agreement with them and supplying them with arms. But I know that certain Israeli people that I follow called out the Israeli arms deal with Azerbaijan, which is disastrous and which was terrible. Should not be done. Not something that should be done. It's Gaelic. It was a prank on him by the team. Really? That's ridiculous. How y'all feel about Israel? Tesbot said he fell asleep just before we started to laugh. What happened? Lots of things happened, man. World War broke out. You don't even know. Dor Daniel said, whenever Mojab chickens out of a debate, his opponent should either post a twerking chicken gif with Momo's face on it or use a Quran toilet paper. This is very disrespectful. Very Islamophobic. These are not times where we should be Islamophobic. These are times where we should be advocating for peace and mutual understanding and tolerance, and just bend over and let them do all kinds of things to us when they are being hostile. Yeah. Mixed Race Apocalypse Baby said, do you think Diddy is going to get Epstein soon, possibly via pager? I don't know. I haven't really followed the issue very much. When I heard that P. Diddy is going down for some horrible things, I just thought to myself, oh, really? Like nobody knew that some people in the industry are doing horrible things. The guy who obviously put out the hit on Tupac.
Cat Williams has been calling those dudes out for a while now.
Well, I know that recently Kendrick Lamar, he has been very, very critical of the whole music industry and how they're doing really, really messed up things. But recently he's been going hardcore and talking about how lots of people in the industry are doing horrible things. And he doesn't want to have anything to do with the industry and all that. And this whole PDD thing started crashing, coming crashing down after that. It's very interesting. Anyway, let's just rededicate this whole channel and talk about music and P. Diddy and whatever. Gotham said David Wood wouldn't be caught dead owning Mike Winger.
That's true. That's the truth.
Wow. Mike Winger owns Spock fan fiction. Ew. Brother, ew. Let's talk about God made a super chat. Thank you so much. Philip Daniel said free Palatine. Thank you so much. Free Palpatine. Free PlayStation. I spent all my shekels buying David's New King Logos version Bible to debunk it, and there wasn't a single Quran but Hebrew ruins. AP better refund me. No. Leo and Gustavus Duarte said, why do communist groups, countries, Marxist extremist groups hate Israel? Also a mix of far-left, progressive, neo-Nazi Islamists, mostly right-wing support Jews and Israel. Because they have a problem with capitalism. They have a problem with the West. They have a problem with conservatism. They have a problem with nations. They have a problem with borders, unless it's their own borders. They have a problem with safety, secure politics, national security politics, unless it's their own security. They have a problem with people caring about their self-preservation, unless it's their own self-preservation, because they are basically Nazis just on the other side of the spectrum, which you could also easily see during the Second World War, where the communist Soviet Union happily worked together with the Nazis until the Nazis betrayed them, which is when they switched sides. They are retarded.
That's what they do.
Oh, they said some people do shoplifting and steal cars. Mossad stole a whole Soviet MiG-21 during the Cold War to gain military intelligence, share with America and West. Funny story. Got an Iraqi to defect. This is what they do. That's what they do.
Nice.
What about the U.S. incident? Honestly, the dumbest people in this whole conversation about the whole conflict, including Israel, are the neo-Nazis. Like, I understand the communists. I understand the socialists. I understand the Muslims. But when the gropers and neo-Nazis and Hitler fans come into the conversation, they start saying the dumbest things. The dumbest things, like, what about when Israel 50 years ago fired on that one U.S. ship?
Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny?
$50-60 million in reparations.
You see, it's what the Jews do.
Man. Nothing new under the muddy spring. Alhamdulillah. That's what the Quran says. Guys, what was your favorite video of my channel? Definitely not the one where you talk about veganism. I hate
That's every video.
every video about
That's
them is
every
veganism.
Tarun video.
I don't want to watch Tarun videos about veganism. What is it, man?
Yeah, every video is like 7 shocking facts about how great veganism is and so on.
Veganism and its benefits.
Yeah. they rejected veganism until I said this.
Catherine says, update from Israel Reuters from source close to Hezbollah. Contact with the organization's chain of command has been lost. Really? Really? Israeli airstrike, Hezbollah command center hit. Updates, latest developments. No confirmation of fate of Hezbollah later Nasrallah, said Reuters. According to the latest updates, let's see. Latest bout, fighting will spread. Mixed signals, according to Reuters sources. This is interesting. This is interesting stuff. You would think maybe Hezbollah is just dragging it out and not telling people what happened to Nasrallah. But the thing is, if your leader is dead, that is a huge reason to panic and be demoralized.
Mm-hmm.
And they wouldn't want to give their whole group the impression that their leader has just been killed by Israel.
Unless they're being awesome, in which case I'd like hide them for like a month, and then all of a sudden, ha ha! Here I am, suckers! Thought I was dead.
And by then they will have all defected and died. And hey, wait a minute, where did everybody go?
I just have to say, man, if there's all this communication problem and everything else, and Hezbollah's just been, I'm gonna lose minutes of sleep over this.
Beast. The UN General Secretary Guterres is crying about news that Hassan Nasrallah might be dead. Ayatollah Khamenei said, we're heading back to the Palestine swamp with this one.
It's Palestine.
Palestine. I knew Shrek was Palestinian. It is. Is Barat also being too nice, just like Israel? Yeah, if you stop being vegans, maybe. I don't know. Reverb said, even the Quran support Israel. Quran 521 and 17:104. This is true, David, in one word?
Yeah, a lot more than that, too.
There was more than one word. Hojintao, he should have ended with, ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I say to you, Aisha was 6 and Muhammad was 52. David would do streams on your YouTube channel, hate giving money to AP.
We do streams on my channel like every Sunday, and
no, we
usually one or two more.
The cat lady said, thank you for standing with us. We will never forget those who could ignore yet chose to do the unpopular thing. We name our streets after them. Make sure our kids know of them. Believe in humanity. Thank you. I know. I appreciate this very much. And it's good that Israelis and Jews have this recognition and appreciation and memory of those who stood with them and supported them despite everything. This is a big thing with World War II and the Holocaust Museum and naming people righteous who stood with them and helped them when they were persecuted. I personally don't want recognition.
Yeah, you do.
Which I'm just saying because I totally want it, but I feel like
you want recognition, but you don't want to appear as if you want recognition. You want to appear humble, but also get recognition. So.
Well, I'm also aware that in order to get more recognition, I should act as if I don't care about the recognition.
Yeah.
So I want to act like this is all completely selfless on my behalf. But I actually just want everyone to say thank you so much.
And you officially want to be declared one of the righteous Gentiles.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Precisely. That's why we do everything. But yeah, jokes aside, it's a great shame and a stain on humanity that so many people so easily turn around and start being anti-Jewish after for decades saying never again, never again, never again. Absolute hypocrites. Ayatollah Khamenei says, just put the gay burger in the bag. Also, all the best to you, and thank you for that beautiful message. Not you, Khamenei. You make sick messages.
I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah, you disgust me.
Exactly what you'd expect.
Lori Cheto said, thanks, AP and David. Just plain thanks. Thank you, Lori Cheto. Grazie. Gavan says, gifted one membership. Oh, did you see the recent speech? Maybe we should look at that.
What?
Italy Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni gave a speech at the...
Wasn't there something going on between her and Macron? I wasn't following it, but I saw it. I saw it on Twitter.
I don't know, but she gave a speech, and she talks about protecting our borders and being proud of who you are. And
well, she's been saying that for years, though. She never actually done anything.
Yes, but even if she
actually doing something now.
But even if she don't do anything, at least she was standing up there and said we should not be ashamed of who we are, and it is good to be proud and all that. Yeah, a pizza. Margarita pizza. Govan gifted membership. Thank you so much, Govan. Govan gifted another membership. Thank you so much, Govan. Michael Feldman said, AP, we don't need to be Islamophobic. We do not need to give these Ben al-Kalb the honor of our fear. We need anger, not fear.
Do we look scared?
I'm terrified.
We look scared to you?
You
look scared to anyone?
I'm scared.
By the way, if no one has seen his new and revised name, his initials are PP. Not AP. It's PP.
That's true. You see it right here on the screen. See? Prostate Prophet.
Prostate prophet. PP.
Big PP. Pearly said Adamson Ridvanabi. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That says you're a man in Turkish. Junkman says, AP, this has been a riot. God bless you. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And back to you. NES Ivan gave us 15 shekels, which is the only reason I appreciate this. Otherwise, I would not read it if it wasn't shekels. Deuteronomy 31:6 said is what Bibi said at the end in Hebrew. Oh, okay, that's a good reference. 31:6.
That's a pretty famous reference, man.
That's the one he read. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, so this is Moses. Everything's set up for the children of Israel to enter the promised land and so on.
Did you say promised? You just
Hmm?
said promised land.
I said promised land, man.
You just said promised land.
Dude, get your ears checked. Get your ears checked, man.
You just said promised land.
You just said premise. You just said premise land, man. See how easy it is to falsely accuse someone?
Promised land is the best thing I heard today. Deuteronomy 31:6, and be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. This is based.
It is totally based.
Thank you. 655 made a super sticker of 655. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very, very much. Everybody get along said in Russian, Nasrallah means shed herself. It is fitting. I want that verified first before I sell that. Lead pen.
You can ask Black Angel.
Black Angel, please verify. Eda Michaela says, search Yallah Ya Nasrallah song. There's one with English subtitles. I think you will be entertained. I saw that. I saw people celebrating and singing Yallah Nasrallah. I won't play it though. Shake Mark Wingling, how dare you disrespect Lunfab for This is true. John the Pressbar at Touche. Fight Screamer said, what's the difference between a cat and a Muhammad? A cat has 9 lives. Muhammad had 9 wives. This is pretty based.
This is pretty good. Steal that one. I'm gonna steal that one.
This is good. I'm going to pretend I never read this and I came up with it by myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna tweet that and everyone's gonna be like, oh, David's so funny.
And you'll say, thank you. I just thought of that.
Yeah.
Lex said, Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, was he connected to Hitler for real? He was.
Yeah. Like endless pictures and yeah,
he was.
They were working together.
In an ideal world, I won't make a video about this because it is a topic that I talked about, that I read on, that I cared about, and so on. And I went into the German records, German Foreign Ministry records, and so on. Amin al-Husseini was indeed the only recognized leader of the Arabs, so the Palestinian Arab leadership. And he, as their leader, went to Italy, where he spent quite some time and met with Mussolini, and went to Germany, where he spent quite some time meeting with Hitler, whom he called a friend. And he has had meetings with Hitler, with Himmler, and also, wait, was it Himmler? I think it was Himmler, with Himmler and Hitler and also others. And Hitler did promise to him that once they are done with the Soviet Union and the Allied forces, they would come down and exterminate the Jews in the British and the Arab lands together. This was Hitler's promise to the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was the leader of the Palestinian Arabs. And this was long before 48. They had the plan of exterminating the Jews together. They were always like this. It was always like this. The political aspect of them were always like this. Hell bent on wanting to genocide and exterminate the Jews, but then crying the victim, acting like the victim, and crying for help once they are fought back and defeated and humiliated. Yep, that's what they do. Hu Jintao said, AP, I emailed you a 60-second clip of Shapiro and Jank play. You know what? I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Just because I
it.
like Ben Shapiro and because I
Do it.
think it's probably something funny because it involves Cenk Uygur, who is a complete dumb ball. Let's see. You see.
I said
What is this? I'm not gonna play this.
What? It's beeped.
It's a parody of oh my god, what is this?
Oh. It's Steven Crowder. I remember that.
so he knows I'm in deep. I know, it's predictable, right? Let's go to the next caller.
Hi, this is Ben Shapiro, and I was just wondering, your production values are fabulous, and I was wondering where you got your money. Was it from Soros, or was it from anti-freedom nations in the Middle East like Qatar?
Look it, right? Shapiro's thing is all the time to take these things and make them, oh, it was true, but now it's not true. So fuck you! Fuck you! You get paid by all the, fuck you and big money! Get the fuck off the phone, you Jewish shekel collecting.
Whoa.
I think he actually showed up where Cenk was speaking once as Cenk.
This is pretty accurate.
My money! Fuck your money! We're trying to have a discussion. You want to talk about money? All you Republicans, you want to talk about money! It's bullshit! It's bullshit! Take your bother.
Oh man, that's pretty accurate. That's a pretty accurate depiction of Cenk Uygur, actually.
That's true.
Isaiah 53, great job, guys. Thank you very much, Isaiah 53. I'm glad that Isaiah 53 is finally talking to me. Alan Kish says, David, a friend found out today that his child will be born with a serious condition. He and his girlfriend are considering an abortion. I shared your video you made about your son after he passed, and I thought it was the perfect example to show him. Pray for him.
Good video to share.
That's all you want to say?
Oh, what am I going to do?
This is a deep, heartfelt message from Alan.
He said pray for him. I'm going to pray for him. What else?
Who put out this message for you to see and to acknowledge. These are humans.
He said pray for him. He didn't say talk a bunch.
Okay. So are you going to pray for him?
Yes, I will.
Okay, good. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan Kish. Thank you. All right. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm just kidding, of course. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. David, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
That's it. Okay. Tomorrow we're going to be live on my channel again.
Except
I believe.
Hopefully the show will be better than this travesty.
This was the best show in the universe, man.
Pretty decent show. Thanks to Netanyahu.
I like that sniff I made it wrong. I like that sniff Tate's balls. I want to be bald like Andrew Tate and his balls.
See, quality music, man. Quality content. This is what
Ross and Sneeko, man.
All right. Thanks everybody for watching. As always, have a fantastic day. And remember,
It is totally based.
and also
Stay away from Islam.